listening to Paranormal Rain. The woods behind my grandparents' house always had this quiet, settled feeling to them, even when I'd walk out there on my own. That evening, something about the path felt a little off, like there was an edge to the silence I couldn't quite name. When I was about 15, my dad and stepmom were fighting about school clothes. My stepmom didn't want to buy me new ones, since I'd been wearing jeans with rips in them. It was my first year of high school, and I just wanted to look halfway decent, so I ended up spending the summer with my grandparents. They lived way out in a remote spot, surrounded by thick forest. You could still hear the highway sometimes, but it felt miles away. My grandpa built the house himself, 3 stories with a sloped roof. He had this workshop out back where he made cedar shakes and shingles. I spent most days hauling pieces of cedar to his big green van, stacking bundles, and occasionally hammering nails until my hands were sore. I actually made enough to buy myself a few new shirts, a hoodie, and some decent pants. By August, it got way too hot to work in the shop. One evening, when it started to cool down, I figured I'd go for a walk. I always wandered those trails as a kid, with my grandparents' 2 dogs running alongside me, sometimes stopping to play fetch or just lying in the moss. I'd never felt creeped out by any of it. That night, I walked down this narrow trail that curved off to an old logging road, the one that nobody really used anymore. The trail was so familiar, I was barely watching my step. I was just letting my mind wander, when this feeling hit me, like, I don't know, like I wasn't by myself anymore. Then, I saw him, standing right in the middle of the path, not moving. He was naked, but it was wrong. He was huge, at least 7 feet tall, way taller than me. His hair looked matted and tangled, mostly black but with streaks of gray. There were these thick clumps of hair growing out from his arms and legs. And where you'd expect, genitals or something, there was just smooth skin, like a doll, almost. His skin was this pale, almost yellow color, and I could see it hanging loose in spots, especially around his shoulders and sides. Not like old person loose, more like it just didn't fit him right. He stared at me, and his eyes were yellow too, but not like animal yellow, more like headlights, if that makes sense, kind of shining in the dim light under the trees. I couldn't look away, and it felt like he was staring straight through me. Everything went silent, no bugs or wind, not even the sound of the creek. I couldn't move, not even to back up. It was only a few seconds, but it felt way longer. Then he just turned away and walked off into the trees. The branches barely made a sound as he slipped behind them. I almost expected him to lunge or do something, but he just left, didn't even look back. I haven't had anything like that happen again. Honestly, I don't even like walking that trail by myself anymore. When I told my grandma, she just said, probably just some drug addict, because there's been trouble with meth houses on those back roads. But no addict I've ever seen looks like that. I guess it was late August. I remember because the air smelled like blackberries, and I had a mosquito bite on my arm that wouldn't stop itching. I still don't know what I saw, or why everything went so quiet, but it's one of those things I don't think I'll ever get an answer for. Strange things sometimes stand out in memory, like a man's hat hiding his eyes, or the feel of warm coffee in your hands while a desert sky shifts color. There was an offness about that day, but it didn't settle in until much later, when the memory bent in a way regular days don't. This happened about 16 years ago, when I was around 11 years old. I grew up in Nevada, and one summer my family and I made the trip to Hermosillo, Mexico, to visit some relatives. Not long after we arrived, someone suggested going to the coast, and before we knew it, the whole family was packed into an SUV for the drive. We ended up in Bahia de Quino, a quiet beach town. We rented a little house near the water, spent a couple days swimming and eating together, and then started the drive back to Hermosillo. There were 8 of us in the SUV. My uncle was driving, my aunt sat beside him, and the rest of us were squeezed into the back with bags, blankets, and leftover food. About halfway through the drive, the SUV quit on us. The engine made a rough, grinding sound, then just died. My uncle pulled off onto the shoulder and got out, popped the hood, but none of us could figure out what was wrong. Back then, you couldn't count on cell service along that road. One of my relatives decided to walk ahead and see if she could get a signal while my uncle stayed with the vehicle. The rest of us sat by the roadside, hunting for shade. The Sonoran heat was no joke. Even the little bit of wind felt like it was coming from a heater. After a while, we noticed someone walking toward us from the scrubby desert. He was an elderly man, probably in his 70s. He wore faded jeans, a light blue checkered shirt, worn boots, and a straw hat that shaded most of his face. He walked, like every step was careful, the kind of walk that comes from years working outside. He reached us and explained that he lived nearby. He offered to let us rest at his home and said he had water and coffee for us while we waited for help. Nothing about him was threatening. He seemed gentle, almost like someone's grandpa, and that kind of hospitality isn't so unusual in those parts. So we followed him. His place was about a 15-minute walk from the road. It was a small, weathered building made from bits of wood, cardboard, and pieces of corrugated metal. Next to it was a shaded area with 4 metal poles and a faded striped cloth stretched across the top. We didn't go inside. We sat under that shade while the old man brought us water and made coffee over a little fire outside. He didn't have much, but he shared what he could. We were there for hours. I remember how calm it felt when the worst of the heat finally faded. The desert changed color as the sun went down. The sky turned orange, then pink and purple, and the shadows from the cactuses stretched long across the sand. The old man talked with my family, telling us about the land and the animals that wandered through. I can't remember exactly what he said, but I know I felt safe there. There was one weird thing, though. He never really looked at us. Whenever someone talked to him, he'd watch his cup, glance at the desert, or tuck his head deeper under the brim of his hat. I figured he was just shy, or maybe tired. Eventually, we heard my uncle shouting from the road. Other relatives had come to pick us up in another car. We thanked the old man over and over. He nodded, still not meeting our eyes, and stood under the shade, watching as we walked away. When we got back to the SUV, we told everyone about him. His little house, the coffee, how kind he'd been. The next morning, my uncle went back with a tow truck driver from Kino. The driver had lived in the area most of his life and knew that stretch of road well. On the way, my uncle mentioned the old man who had helped us. When they reached the SUV, my uncle glanced across the desert, expecting to see the house. But there wasn't anything there. No walls, no roof, no fire pit, just flat sand and brush. The tow truck driver noticed my uncle was confused and asked what he was looking at. My uncle pointed and told him the old man's house was right there, that we'd been with him just the day before. The driver got real quiet. He said that years ago, an old rancher had lived in that exact spot. People remembered him as kind, a man who would help out travelers stranded on the road. But he died a long time ago. His house had been torn down years before our trip. My uncle didn't believe it. He walked out into the desert, retracing our steps from the night before. The house was gone. The only thing out there was a handful of rusted metal poles sticking up from the dirt. They were the same poles that had held up the cloth above us while we drank coffee. When the SUV was finally towed back to Hermosillo, my uncle told the rest of the adults what he'd been told out there. That's when everyone started remembering the little things. None of them could picture the old man's eyes. He'd talked with us for hours, served us drinks, sat right across from us, yet none of us could recall a single time he looked straight into anyone's face. The adults decided not to tell me or my younger cousin about what really happened. They didn't want to scare us, so I didn't hear the full story until I was older. I thought learning the truth would make the memory scary, but it didn't. When I think about that night, what stands out is cool water after the blazing sun, the smell of coffee and smoke, and my family sitting under faded cloth as the sky changed color. Elementary, I remember an old man who saw a stranded family and gave what little comfort he had left. Maybe he'd spent his life helping travelers. Maybe something in him just kept doing it, even after his house and his regular life were gone. I can't say for sure what we met that evening, but I know he felt real. His voice was low, the coffee was warm in our hands, and the shade kept the sun away. And when we left, he looked pleased in his own quiet way. Some folks think ghosts only show up at night and scare you, but the one we might have met served coffee and gave us a place to rest, out in the desert as the sun went down. We always tried to keep our house feeling warm and safe, even when things outside weren't going so well. There was a stretch of weeks when something was off, and it started slowly, in a way I didn't recognize at first. The whole thing unfolded over about 10 weeks, although there were 2 odd incidents beforehand that might have been connected. It started with almost 2 weeks of incredibly vivid dreams. These weren't ordinary nightmares. Sometimes I wasn't myself at all in them. I had a different life, different memories. Somehow they all felt real. There's one dream I still can't shake. The grief in it sat so heavy, and it was a sorrow and horror that I never knew in my waking life. The worst part was, I couldn't get away from them. I'd wake up, sit up, check my phone for the time, drink from my water bottle, and make sure, really sure, that I was awake. But the moment I closed my eyes again, the dream would start up from where it left off. It felt less like dreaming and more like I was being shoved back into some other life. The dreams faded eventually, and things started to seem a bit more normal again. That's when my mother and I heard the same thing. One evening, I went upstairs to let her know I was going to shower. A few minutes later, while I was still in the bathroom, I heard this loud, muffled scream. At first, I thought it came from the TV downstairs. She'd been watching one of those hospital shows, so maybe there was some dramatic scene. Then my phone buzzed. My mother texted to ask if I was all right, and if I had just called her. I told her I hadn't, but I'd heard the scream too. When I came back downstairs, she explained that the voice had sounded exactly like mine. Not like I was yelling from another room, but as if I was sitting right next to her and shouted into her ear for help. She almost jumped up and ran to me. The only reason she hesitated was because she knew I was still upstairs in the shower. That scared both of us. After a few uneasy days, life just kind of moved on. Then the main experience began. Even now, talking about it is hard. For a long time, I couldn't say anything about it without crying, or feeling like mentioning it would invite it back. The first night started out normal. I fell asleep in my room and woke up in the middle of the night with a kind of terror that felt ancient, like it was older than my own thoughts. It wasn't just the usual sense of being watched. It wasn't the nervous feeling of someone maybe standing nearby. No. The fear came with a message that was clear as day. Wake up now, or you're going to die. I shot upright, ready to bolt or fight, but as soon as I moved, another feeling washed over me. It hit so hard I felt sick. My body wanted to shake, vomit, faint, and run all at the same time, but I stayed almost perfectly still. It was like some part of me believed that even breathing too loud would give away where I was. This feeling wasn't everywhere in the room. It came from a single spot, the upper corner near the far wall. I couldn't see any figure there, no person-shaped shadow, no face, I couldn't say what it looked like because it didn't seem to have a shape at all. It was just present, and I knew exactly where. Because of my health, I can't handle stress for too long. Finally, I started to fold under it and laid back down, pretending like I hadn't noticed anything. But once the adrenaline faded, I felt something else from the corner. No laughter, nobody spoke, but I could feel it, like it knew I was aware of it, and my fear was funny to it. I also got the sense that it was waiting. Not waiting on me, exactly, but for something else to happen. It was like it had a job to do, and when the time was right, something terrible would follow. Strangely, it didn't feel like it could just reach out and hurt me. It wasn't physically aggressive, but I was sure there'd be consequences if I drew its full attention. At some point, I blacked out. I can't say for sure if I fainted or just crashed from exhaustion. When I woke up in the morning, the presence was still there. It was weaker, but still in the same corner. Every instinct I had screamed at me to leave, but I was scared to turn my back to it. I tried telling myself I was just tired, seeing things the way you sometimes do when you stare at furniture in the dark and imagine people. So I made myself rush toward my bedroom door. The second I stepped into the hallway and closed the door, the pressure was gone. Just gone. The relief was so sudden that my knees almost gave out. It was like a giant weight had been taken away. I walked through the rest of the house, expecting that feeling to follow me. It didn't. Everything seemed completely ordinary outside that room. Later, I went back and opened the door. The presence dropped over me again before I'd even stepped in. It felt almost happy that I came back. For the rest of that day, it just stayed in that corner. I could move around, but never stopped feeling watched. That night, I fell asleep somehow. When I woke up, something was different by the bed. If you've ever walked into a dark room and just know there's a big piece of furniture in front of you before your eyes even adjust, that's what I felt. It was like a heavy cabinet or wardrobe had appeared beside me. The second presence felt solid and still and, well, strangely neutral. Then, just a split second later, the dread from the corner returned. This became my routine for almost 2 months. After that second night, both presences nearly always showed up together. Sometimes I noticed one before the other, but neither stayed alone for long. The one by the bed never felt hostile. It was just there, like a silent guard or something. But the thing in the corner still had that awful amusement. Eventually, I got so tired that fear couldn't keep me awake. I learned to sleep even with them there, though I'd wake up whenever another surge of dread hit. Then came the last night. This time, I didn't wake up because of some warning I couldn't name. I woke up because someone was actually standing in my bedroom. I sat up fast, my mind already planning what I'd do if someone had broken in. There was a small man crouched near my desk, reaching under it, like he was picking something up off the floor. He was shorter than me, and I'm just over 5 feet tall. The streetlight outside my window made the room just light enough. I couldn't see his legs very well, but his upper body and face were clear. It was a regular human face, not twisted or monstrous, just someone I'd never seen before. The corner presence hovered right above him, and the neutral one was by my bed. All three at once. At first I thought, okay, an intruder. But he didn't react at all when I sat up. He just kept reaching under the desk like I wasn't there. At the same time, I knew I shouldn't let him know I was awake. The thing in the corner had terrified me, but this guy felt like he could hurt me physically, right then and there. He didn't seem supernatural in the way you'd expect. He just felt cruel, dangerous. I held still. Then he stood and turned to face the door. My desk chair was blocking his way. I remember thinking for a second, if he was a ghost or whatever, he'd just walk through it. He didn't. He looked down at the chair, shifted, and walked around it with purpose. That scared me more than anything else. He reached the doorway and then vanished. And at that exact moment, both presences disappeared too. The room was empty. and the nightly visits stopped. The presence in the corner seemed to come back once or twice after that, but never with the same strength. I'd feel it for a few seconds, almost like it was checking if I was still there, and then it would fade. Not long after, our dog got sick. He started having these terrible seizures. The vet said he was unusually young for what they thought was wrong, and even they were a bit stumped by how fast he went downhill. Soon, he stopped recognizing us. He became afraid of rooms he'd been in all his life. After a seizure that lasted nearly an hour, we had to say goodbye. I don't know if his illness was connected or if it was just horrible timing. My friends tried to explain it all in their own ways. One friend thought the neutral presence came from a mirror that used to face my bed. She said it acted like a sentry. She also thought that, because I've lived with chronic pain, maybe I was more sensitive to things I shouldn't notice. After a long, really long lecture from her, I moved the mirror. Another friend thinks all of it was connected to me. The spot where the small man reached under the desk used to be where my dog hid during storms. She thinks maybe he took something that protected me, or something of mine in a way I can't explain. I don't know what to believe. Maybe the dreams, the scream, the presences, the man, and my dog's illness were all unrelated, and my scared mind just tied them together. But the way those nights played out still bothers me. The presences always appeared in the same places. They gave off the same feelings, and they all disappeared together the night that man walked out of my room. I'm telling it because I want to understand, and because I really, really hope nothing like it ever happens again. Some houses just feel different at night, like the walls are holding their breath. Evan's old family home is like that. It's the kind of place where you notice every creak and distant sound, especially in the upstairs hallway near the attic. Most of the weirdness seems to center around that hallway. The attic entrance is right above the floor, about 3 feet from Evan's old bedroom door. You pull it open and a rickety folding ladder drops down. It makes this clattering noise actually, and even when it's up, you can hear the hatch shift sometimes. Evan and his sister Frida have both seen what looks like someone's feet standing just beyond the closed bedroom door. Perfectly still, just a pair of shadowy feet under the crack. They'll watch it for a while, thinking someone's waiting, but when they open the door, there's nothing there. Never anyone in the hallway. What really gets to me is the floorboards. Sometimes, as soon as they see the feet, the boards creak like someone's just walked up and stopped right outside the door. Not a bunch of footsteps, just 1 or 2 creaks in the old wooden boards. The sound is heavier than if a cat walked, more like a person who forgot to move. Everyone in Evan's family has noticed sudden blasts of cold air, but it's not like the whole room gets cold. It's just this little spot, like stepping into a puddle of winter. I felt it myself a few weeks back. No AC running, windows all closed, and it just hit me, right by the stairs, and then faded when I moved again. Frida says she saw a woman in a faded blue gown once, moving quick down the hallway with her head tucked, almost like she was crying. She turned toward the bathroom, but vanished before reaching the door. Frida wasn't even sure about the color at first. She thought it was gray, then changed her mind as she remembered. The attic's its own thing. Evan says he's watched a dark, shadowy shape move through the far corners where the attic flooring ends. Those spots are tough to get to, since the boards only go along the very middle. That shape usually keeps to the far side, back where it's pitch black. But lately, Evan's seen it moving back and forth between the corners, almost pacing. That was enough to make me nervous, but the worst thing happened when I was alone. It was about 2 months ago. Evan and Frida had gone out to get some groceries. They'd only been gone, I don't know, maybe 40 minutes, when I heard Frida's voice calling my name from the front room. It wasn't some faint echo. It sounded exactly like her. Not muffled, not distant, just her regular voice calling out. I really thought they'd come home and needed help with the bags or something. I walked through the rooms toward the front, expecting to see them. No one. The place was quiet. Even the refrigerator wasn't humming, which I only noticed because it suddenly kicked on right after. I checked the porch, the driveway, even stepped out for a second to look at the yard. Nobody. The car was still gone. Evan and Frida didn't come back for another 15 minutes or so. I ended up waiting outside because it just felt wrong to stay in there by myself. When I told them what happened, neither of them was surprised. Evan just kind of shrugged and said the house has done that for years. Copied voices. Sometimes his, sometimes Frida's. Once it mimicked an aunt no one had seen in forever. They moved in back in the mid-90s. Both of them remember weird things happening since they were little. The neighborhood is old, built for military families back in the day, but nobody's ever really dug into the history. I don't know what's actually going on in that house, and I'm not going to pretend to have an answer. All I know is hearing someone I trust call for me when there was nobody there was just off. Like the house was trying to get my attention in the most personal way possible. Since then, I just don't stay there alone. That voice is enough. I know what I heard. That feeling hit me the night I woke up to a glowing sphere of different colors floating right near my bedroom door, not far from where I slept. I've been experiencing strange, unexplained things since I was about 15. Even now, decades later, I can still see that first experience as clear as if it happened last week. I was asleep in my room when something woke me up. My eyes snapped open and I lifted my head, looking over at the door. That's when I saw it, a big sphere of light, glowing with this swirl of green, blue, and orange. It was drifting, almost like it was moving underwater. At first, I just couldn't move. I was frozen there because nothing like that had ever happened to me before. When I finally sat up in bed, I tried to tell myself it must be one of my friends outside, messing around with a flashlight, maybe playing a prank. But I checked outside, and there was no one. The view from my window looked out over an old railway line. Nobody around, just silent tracks. Behind that was this patch of thick woods. No people, no trains, nothing that could explain that kind of light. I called for my parents. They came running in. By then, the glowing ball was dimming, fading away bit by bit. My mother managed to catch a glimpse of it just before the last of it disappeared. I'm in my early 40s these days, and I've never seen that exact light again. A few months after that, something else happened in the same house. My dad, one of his friends, my little brother and me were all in the kitchen. My brother was just 6 at the time. He went upstairs, and a few seconds later, we heard him let out this scream. I mean, the kind of scream that just gets you moving before you know why. We all rushed upstairs. He told us there was a man standing inside my bedroom. My dad and his friend ran in, thinking someone had broken in, but the room was empty. They looked everywhere, even under the bed and inside the wardrobe. The window was closed, and if someone had tried to leave, I would have seen them from the kitchen since my room was right above the front sitting room. That house was always noisy in a way. Sometimes there'd be these loud bangs or footsteps, like someone was walking inside the walls. Later, we found out the house was built over an old mining settlement. Not that it explained much. Eventually, we moved out. Things settled for a while, but when I was around 19, my parents and brother went away on holiday, so I stayed in the house alone. One evening, I went to the corner shop for snacks and drinks. On the walk back, I had a clear view of our house, specifically my parents' bedroom window. As I got near, I saw this tall figure standing right behind the glass. It looked like a person, but there was no detail, just a solid shadow, no face or clothes. I ran home, Sure, I'd left the door unlocked and someone had gotten in, but when I got there, every window and door was locked up tight. I searched the whole place and found nothing. I stepped outside to get some air, and a neighbor from across the street called out. They wanted to know if everything was okay, and then mentioned they'd seen someone in the upstairs window too. That's when I realized it hadn't just been my imagination. I didn't tell my mother right away. She's never liked talking about ghosts or anything like that. When I did finally tell her, she decided to invite a medium over. We made a point of not saying anything about the house first. Pretty much as soon as the woman walked in, she looked at me and described that glowing, multicolored sphere I'd seen years earlier. Then she mentioned the figure at the bedroom window. I just sat there. The medium told me the sphere might have been a doorway, and that certain spirits or energies had attached themselves to me. She was clear that she didn't think they were trying to hurt me. Not long after, my parents moved us again. This time, they chose a brand new house. Everyone thought starting fresh in a new place would fix everything. Well, it didn't. For about a year, things were quiet. Then I started getting woken up by someone shouting right next to my ear. Other times, it felt like something tapped or hit my arm while I was asleep. By then, I didn't feel as scared. I guess I'd grown curious, wanting to figure out who or what was trying to reach me. One night, my mother and I were sitting in the living room. We'd watched my dad and brother leave just a few minutes before. The living room door was open, and the bathroom was right beside it. Suddenly, we heard the bathroom door close. The lock clicked, and then we heard the toilet flush. My mother and I just stared at each other. We waited, but nobody came out. I went and unlocked the bathroom door from the outside. Inside, the room was empty. The window was locked, and nobody could have gotten out without us noticing. Maybe the most disturbing thing that happened was at a hospital. A friend and I had gone out late one night to buy cigarettes and drinks at a petrol station. We needed cash, but the machine outside wasn't working, so we headed for the ATM in the hospital. As we crossed the car park, we noticed a few security guards with radios, searching for someone. One even asked us to keep an eye out for a man matching a certain description. We hadn't seen anyone unusual at that point. When we reached the entrance, there was a man standing next to the big glass doors. He stepped aside, holding the door open for us. We both said, "Thanks." He didn't reply. We stepped inside and turned around, but the man was gone. There hadn't been enough time for him to walk away without us seeing. The entrance was surrounded by glass, so we could see every direction. We were still near the security office when a guard came out. He looked at us for a second and asked if we were okay. We must have looked because he paused and said, "You both saw him, didn't you?" My friend and I described the man separately, and our stories matched exactly. His face looked burned badly, the skin kind of blackened, like charcoal, honestly, and his clothes looked sort of scorched too. But his eyes were clear, bright, and, well, I can't forget them. That guard listened without saying much. From his face, it was obvious this wasn't the first time someone had seen that man. I still can't say for sure what's followed me all these years, or why I notice things other people don't. What I do know is these things felt real, and more than once, other people saw them too. That's what sticks with me most. Rain was coming down outside the window that afternoon. Soft enough I could hear it tapping the glass, but not enough to drown out the quiet inside our apartment. It had been an ordinary day. School, homework, my mom at work, until the moment those books started moving. At the time, my mom and I lived in a small apartment in Southern California. Earthquakes were part of life there, so I learned about them in school. What to watch for, where to stand, all that stuff. The place wasn't fancy. You came through the front door into an L-shaped room. Basically, the living room blended into the dining area. The kitchen was tucked behind a low dividing wall. There was just one bedroom, on the left, and that was mine. The bathroom was attached to it, next to a small walk-in closet. Right by my bedroom door stood this big, old wooden bookshelf. It stretched almost to the ceiling and had 7 shelves packed with my mom's books and knickknacks. It was pretty scratched up. I remember some stickers peeling off the sides. The bedroom doorway was supposed to be the safest spot in the apartment during an earthquake, so I was trained to go stand there. One afternoon, I was sitting at the dining table working on some spelling worksheets. After a while, I got up to use the bathroom. As I walked toward my room, a book slid off the lowest shelf and thudded onto the floor. I stopped and looked at it. A second later, another book dropped from the shelf just above. I moved closer to the bedroom doorway, ready to plant myself under it like we practiced. But then a book from the third shelf shot out sideways. It didn't just tumble or drop. It flew right through the air and hit the side of my foot. I was at least 3 feet away and off to the right of the shelf, so there was no sensible way that book should have gotten anywhere near me. That's when I noticed nothing else was even moving. The light fixtures weren't swinging. Windows were still. The chairs, the table, everything was absolutely still. Not even the low rumble you sometimes got with a quake. The whole apartment was just silent, except for that rain outside. Then another book eased off the 4th shelf, sort of plopping down in the middle of the room. Next, a book from the 5th shelf flew even farther. By then, I was taking tiny steps backward. My brain was scrambling to keep up. I wanted to bolt, but my body wasn't cooperating. The books kept coming, one after another. Some dropped close by, but a few shot right across the apartment like someone had thrown them, hard. One thick book from the highest shelf made it nearly all the way across the room and smacked against the opposite wall. Maybe 15 feet. I can't be sure, but it was a long way, and it hardly dropped at all while flying. Honestly, I was scared stiff. I already needed the bathroom, and now I was just barely managing not to pee myself for a whole other reason. I finally managed to shout, "Stop!" Right then, the whole thing just stopped. Not a slow fade, not with one last book falling, just stopped. Books were scattered everywhere, all over the carpet, but nothing else seemed even slightly out of place. The TV stand, the magazines on the coffee table, even a stupid ceramic mug I had left on the floor, none of it had budged. For a few seconds, I seriously thought maybe I was asleep. Any second, I'd wake up and realize it was all a weird dream. Except I didn't wake up. I ran to the bathroom, slammed the door, and fumbled with the lock. I remember standing there shaking so hard I had to wait a bit before I could even use the toilet. When I came out, I tried to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was a weird daydream. Maybe I was just extra tired. But the books were still there, lying exactly where they'd landed. So I picked them all up, one by one, and crammed them back onto the shelves. I had no clue what order they were in before, so I just shoved them wherever they'd fit and tried not to think about it too hard. About an hour later, my mom came home. She stepped in, set her bag down, and almost immediately looked at the bookshelf. She stared for a few seconds. Then she asked, "Why are all my books mixed up? Were you looking for something to read?" That question made my stomach twist. Up till then, I was still halfway believing maybe it hadn't really happened. But the books were all out of place, and my mom noticed right away. I didn't tell her what happened. I said there'd been a little earthquake, and some books had fallen, so I picked them up. Even while I was saying it, I knew it was a lie. Nothing else in the apartment had moved. Nothing shook. And books don't just shoot through the air during an earthquake. My mom said she hadn't heard about any earthquake in town. We didn't have internet at home, so she checked at work the next morning. Turns out, there hadn't been a single reported earthquake nearby that day. Not even a minor one in the whole area for weeks. For years after that, I tried to come up with explanations. Maybe the neighbor downstairs banged on the ceiling so hard it shook the shelf. Maybe, somehow, somebody snuck in and played an elaborate prank. But none of those answers ever held up. Doors and windows were locked. No one else was there. And I can't think of any way to launch a big, heavy book clear across the apartment without tossing everything else around too. I tried reading online about vibrations, shelf construction, even weird air pressure stuff. Nothing explained what I saw. That afternoon made me rethink other weird things I dismissed before. Strange shadows, thinking I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that sort of thing. I still don't know what happened in that apartment. I can't prove it was a ghost, and really, I'm not even asking anyone to believe it was. All I know is I watched those books leave that shelf, one after another, and when I yelled for it to stop, it listened. That afternoon changed something for me, and even after almost 20 years, I'm still turning it over in my head, trying to make sense of it. There are moments that stick in my mind, details that never quite add up, no matter how many times I run through them. Some nights, I still catch myself thinking about the shape in our doorway and how sure I was of what I saw. We moved into this house back in early 2010. It wasn't that old, maybe 4 or 5 years if I'm remembering right. But before all the new builds, the whole area was just farmland, mostly tangerine trees as far as you could see. My youngest, Sarah, she used to say she could see spirits. Not just once, but pretty often, especially when she was little. I was never sure if it was the land or her that drew them in. Maybe both. Maybe neither. I don't know. Back then, I stayed home with the girls while my husband worked early shifts. Anytime one of them woke up at night, I was the one they came to. Water, nightmares, just needing their mom. They knew Dad had to be up at sunrise. One night, I woke to what I thought was one of my daughters standing there in the doorway. She was just standing, silent, staring at me. I propped myself up and asked, "Sweetheart, what do you need?" She didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly darted toward my husband's side of the bed. I got up in a hurry, whispering, "No, don't wake Daddy. Let Mommy help you." The only light was the greenish glow from the baby monitor on my nightstand and the nightlight out in the hall. I hurried around the end of the bed, but when I looked, nobody was there. I reached down, feeling along the carpet, thinking she might be tucked in or crouched beside the bed. Nothing. For a second, I wondered if she'd slipped past me. Sarah had a habit of sleepwalking, so I convinced myself that's what it had to be. I crossed the short hall to the girls' room. Both of them were fast asleep, Sarah and her older sister Eileen, in their own beds. I tried to wake them, asking if either had just been in my room, but neither really woke up. They just rolled over. That was when things started to feel off. The girl I'd seen in the doorway had looked just like a shadow. No face, just the outline. But you could see it was a little girl in one-piece pajamas. She looked absolutely solid, not see-through like in movies. I lay back in bed, replaying the moment over and over. Then it struck me. By the foot of our bed, we kept this skinny cabinet with a TV sitting on top. There was barely enough space for an adult to pass between that and the bed. Maybe a kid could squeeze through, but you'd lose sight of them as they walked behind the TV. But I hadn't lost sight of her at all. I saw her move through a space where I shouldn't have been able to. That was when it sort of clicked. Maybe I'd seen the spirit of a child. I never saw that little girl again. Later, though, Sarah told me she would sometimes play with 2 children in the house, a brother and a sister. She named them Corey and Tasha. I used to wonder if the girl in those pajamas was Tasha. Sarah's grown up now, and she doesn't talk about that sort of thing anymore. I think she's tried to lock it away. Seeing things no one else could see scared her when she was small. Me, I was never shaken by anything in this house. Over the years, I heard footsteps, some soft voices, and a few odd little sounds, like someone dropping a penny or humming from another room, but nothing ever felt mean or threatening. Whatever comes through here always seems calm, like it's just passing by, if that makes sense. It was always quiet out there, calmer than anywhere else I'd lived. That's why the night the woman's face appeared, I almost convinced myself I was just tired, just seeing shapes in the... But as soon as I turned on my flashlight and saw her, everything changed. It happened September 18th, a few months before I saw those translucent shapes near the mountain. I was sitting out on my porch, alone, and it was pitch black, mountain dark, where you can barely see your own hand. I switched on my flashlight, and right there in front of me was a woman's face. Not just any face, it was huge, maybe 2 feet long from her forehead to her chin. She was just suspended in midair, about 6 feet away, with nothing behind her. No branches, no fog, just... Her face seemed woven right into that darkness, translucent but clear enough that I could pick out her lips, nose, cheeks, all of it. Her eyes were shut, and right there on her forehead were 3 little marks, shaped like a triangle. 2 on the bottom, 1 up top. What really got to me was how she almost disappeared into the night. I could see her, but just barely. It was like catching something out of the corner of your eye, only this time I was staring straight at her. She looked like something that either didn't want to be seen, or maybe wasn't supposed to be seen at all. I started doubting myself. I turned the flashlight off, sat in the dark, then turned it back on just to check. She was still there. Same spot, her eyes closed, not moving. I know what a shadow looks like. This wasn't some trick of the light or a half-glimpsed branch. I was looking straight at a face, big and human, floating in the black. I've never really been one for organized religion. I tend to stay away from people claiming to have all the answers. Most of my life, I've tried to figure things out for myself, spending time outdoors, meditating, lighting candles and incense, that kind of thing. Sometimes at night I'll sort of pray to the sky, though pray isn't really the right word. That's about as close to religion as I get. After I saw her, I tried looking up faces with 3 marks like that. Eventually, I came across Bhuvaneshwari, a Hindu goddess. She's connected with the universe, creation, and the world when things are in disorder. I read that you might meditate or light candles when seeking her, and that matches what I'd already been doing every evening. But I never found an exact match for her face, and those 3 marks stayed a mystery. I can't say for sure she was Bhuvaneshwari, or anyone I'd ever heard of. But some of the pieces lined up close enough that I stopped dismissing the possibility. The next afternoon, I nearly died under my ATV. Someone had gotten hurt up on the mountain, and the emergency crew got lost. Lost signal, I mean. So I said I'd help search. I knew the trails, and my 6-wheeled ATV could get to spots their trucks couldn't. I was about halfway along a narrow stretch near a steep embankment when I tried to turn away from the edge. The thing started tipping at first, then, well, all at once it flipped. I tried to jump clear as we were falling, but I didn't make it. I landed on the rocks, and the ATV crashed down on top of me. My body bent under it in this way I'd rather not describe. My arms were free, but everything else was pinned. The engine was still running, hot on my right side. I tried shoving the thing off, but it wouldn't budge. My leg was definitely broken. I didn't have to look. I could feel everything in the wrong place. I yelled for help, tried pushing the ATV for what felt like hours, until my voice just turned into this croak and my arms stopped responding. The accident happened around 6 in the evening, maybe a little after. I'm not exactly sure. No one found me for several hours. Some guy and his teenage son were driving around nearby. I guess they heard me, though at first they weren't sure what it was. They stopped, followed the sound, and somehow the two of them heaved the 8-ton up just enough to pull it off. I couldn't move, so they ran off to get the paramedics. When they left, I tried shifting my leg, but every movement was like being ripped in half. It felt like my bones were in separate pieces. Pretty soon, it was almost totally dark. I started hearing things moving close by. Animals, I think, though I couldn't see a thing, not even my own fingers. I took the pistol from my chest holster and fired one shot into the air, hoping the noise would make whatever was out there leave me alone. I'll be honest, lying there, I had some rough thoughts. The pain was way past anything I'd ever felt, and I even started wondering how much more I could take. Then, finally, I spotted headlights weaving through the trees. It was that same man in his truck, the paramedics in their rig behind him. They stabilized my leg and started talking about bringing in a helicopter from Seattle. I tried to argue, said I couldn't pay for it and that I'd be fine in an ambulance. One of them told me it wasn't about money. My injuries were causing dangerous pressure inside my leg, and if they didn't get me to surgery soon, I might lose it. That's when it hit me how bad things really were. Inside the ambulance, one paramedic leaned in and said, "Don't worry about the bills. The town will take care of it." I didn't know what that meant, and later, someone explained there was some kind of provision for people hurt while helping during emergencies. I never totally figured out the details. All I knew was I'd gone up the mountain to rescue someone, and now I was the one getting carried out. They switched me to another ambulance down at a park near the base. The hospital in Shelton could handle my injuries, so they didn't need the helicopter after all. I got there around midnight. Until then, I'd barely been given anything for pain, and by the time they finally wheeled me inside, I felt like I'd been trapped in that pain for half my life. 2 hospital workers started cutting off my clothes, one man and one woman, slicing straight through my jeans and boots. I panicked and told them, "Please stop. I can't replace any of that. I barely have anything." The woman looked at me and seemed to get it. She stepped back. A different nurse came over with this big syringe, connected it to my IV, and asked, "Are you still hurting?" "Yes," I said. "Really?" So she gave me more, and slowly, that pain started to let go. I still don't know what that face on my porch was about. Maybe it was a warning, or maybe it was something watching over me. Maybe it didn't mean anything. But she showed up the night before I nearly died, and ever since then, I can't get her out of my mind. I saw them between the trees, pale figures that looked almost see-through, their shapes shifting with the fog. The moonlight seemed to go right through them, and they just stood there, facing my motorhome. That was months after the crash, but it felt connected to everything that had happened. I remember screaming again when they moved me, only this time, the pain was gone. It took a few seconds before I realized I was still yelling out of habit. My voice died down into this hoarse little groan. I glanced over at the nurse beside me. "What did you just give me?" She barely glanced up. "Hydromorphone." I blinked. "That stuff is incredible." She smiled. "Everybody says that." I understood why. My whole body felt like it was humming. After all that pain, the relief was overwhelming. It was warm and immediate. For the first time since the accident, I could breathe and not feel every nerve screaming. A while later, the woman who had cut my clothes came back in, holding one of my boots. Earlier, when they cut the laces, I had panicked. I didn't own much, and it felt like losing the boots was just too much. But she'd taken strips from an old towel and threaded them like new laces. She held the boot up and said, "There, not perfect, but it'll work." I stared at it and, honestly, It was one of the kindest things anyone could have done for me. She'd heard the fear in my voice, knew it wasn't about shoelaces really. She understood I felt like I was losing everything, piece by piece, and she saved what she could. I thanked her, and I thanked the nurses, anyone close enough to hear. Then they wheeled me away. I was severely dehydrated, but they wouldn't let me drink because I needed emergency surgery. My mouth felt full of dust. They took x-rays of my chest, pelvis, ribs, hand, and both legs. First, they counted 3 fractures. During surgery, they found a 4th. The upper part of my tibia near the knee had split sideways. My fibula was broken, my lower tibia was broken, and my ankle was fractured too. My leg wasn't just broken, it was shattered. Most of the rest of my body was just bruised, but nothing compared to that leg. The surgeons put in a plate near my knee, another near my ankle, and a titanium rod running through the lower leg to hold it together. They closed it up with about 40 stitches and did a double fasciotomy, long incisions down both sides to relieve pressure and prevent more damage. When I finally saw my leg, swollen up under the bandages, I just thought, that thing looks like a basketball. Nobody close to me knew where I was. I'd left my phone behind before heading up the mountain, so for a few days I just vanished. No calls, no messages, no explanation. The night after surgery, I lay awake in the hospital, staring at the ceiling. The medication made everything feel far away, but my thoughts were sharp. My leg was destroyed. I'd nearly died alone under an ATV. Now there were metal plates inside me, a rod through my leg, and open wounds down both sides. I didn't know if I'd walk again, or where I'd live, or really what my life was supposed to be next. Everything before the accident had already been falling apart. Each new problem felt like another weight on my chest. I think, usually, something like this would have been the last straw. But lying there, I had this thought. This might be a good thing. It made no sense. I looked at my huge, bandaged leg and thought, how could any of this be good? I couldn't walk, had no money, no safe place to recover, and months of pain ahead. Still, something inside me insisted the accident was a turning point. It completely interrupted where my life was heading. Violently, sure, but completely. I felt like something was about to change. I didn't know what, or really trust the feeling, but it stayed. The man who found me had said something that stuck with me. He and his son hadn't planned to be up there. They'd taken a trail they rarely used, heard my screams, and decided to check it out. He said he didn't really know why they'd gone that way. I kept replaying that sentence. Then I remembered the woman I saw in the forest the night before the crash. At first, it seemed like 2 separate things. The woman in the dark, the crash, the stranger arriving by accident to rescue me, and that sense in the hospital that something good would come out of it. Those details started circling each other. I started to wonder if the woman in the forest was connected somehow. Maybe she was working with some kind of spiritual force, or energy, or, I don't know. I never found the right word for it. I wasn't sure she caused anything. I just couldn't fully dismiss the possibility. Maybe she'd appeared because something was going to happen. Or maybe the timing meant nothing, and my exhausted mind was just trying to make a pattern out of everything. I still don't know. I'd read spiritual ideas about life sending warnings before it sends disasters. If someone refuses to change direction, life just knocks the road out from under them. Maybe that's all nonsense, and I can't prove any of it. But in that hospital bed, it really felt like my old life had ended, and something had physically thrown me off its track. That week in the hospital, I learned what helplessness meant. Nurses had to help me sit up. They lifted my leg when they changed the bedding. Even shifting a few inches could send a bolt of pain through me. One morning, a physical therapist came in and told me we were going to stand. I laughed because I thought she was joking. She wasn't. 2 people got me to the edge of the bed, my good foot on the floor, injured leg out in front. I was sweating before I'd even stood. They put a walker in front of me. Push through your arms. Don't put weight on the bad leg. I tried. My arms shook, my vision narrowed, and I thought I might faint. But I stood, just for a few seconds, with both of them holding me. Still, I stood. That felt like a real victory. It was proof I wasn't erased by what happened. After a week, they sent me to rehab. I was there for over a month. Rehab was weird. The halls smelled like disinfectant and cheap food. Wheelchairs lined the walls. Every day started with vitals, then pills, then breakfast, then exercises that looked easy till I tried them. I learned how to move from bed to wheelchair without twisting my leg. I learned to shower sitting down. I used crutches, then a walker, then a cane for short walks. Progress came in tiny, embarrassing pieces. The first time I managed to put on my own sock, I felt like a champion. First time I reached the bathroom without calling for help, I nearly cried. There were setbacks too. Some nights the pain was so deep it felt like the metal inside my leg had turned icy. Other nights I woke up sure I was still trapped under the ATV. A man named Sean was in the room across from me after a logging accident. He used to roll his wheelchair into my doorway at Little. He never asked me to explain what happened. He'd just talk about regular stuff. Bad coffee, old trucks, the weather, food we missed. That helped more than you'd think. The staff eventually talked about discharge, but there was a problem. They wouldn't release me to my motorhome. It was parked outside of town on uneven ground with steps, spotty power, and nobody nearby. To them, it wasn't a home, just a pile of hazards. For days, I had nowhere to go. After a while, a woman I knew, Caroline, let me stay at her place for a bit. The spare room was small, but had a bed, a close bathroom, and a flat path outside. For a minute, it felt like everything would be okay. But recovery made every little thing complicated. I couldn't carry food or stand to cook. I needed rides and help getting medication. I hated asking, and Caroline had her own life and stress. After a couple weeks, things got tense. She wasn't mean, just overwhelmed. One night, after an argument about a ride to the doctor, she sat across from me at the kitchen table and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't keep doing this." I understood. That didn't make it easier. So I went back to the motorhome before I was ready. When I opened the door, the smell hit me. Mice had taken over while I was gone. Droppings in the cabinets, shredded paper under the sink, even on the bed. I stood there on crutches, staring at the mess, knowing I didn't have the strength to fix it. But I had nowhere else to sleep. So I shook out the blankets, covered the mattress with a tarp and a clean sheet, and lay down. I had a shattered leg, no vehicle, no money, and nobody coming to save me. The silence was different from the hospital. In the hospital, silence meant people were nearby. In the motorhome, silence meant I was alone. Still, I was alive. Every morning I pushed through a basic routine. Sit up, lower the leg, find the crutches, heat up something to eat, clean a corner, make a phone call, do one exercise. Sometimes that was all I could do, but the days added up. Weeks became months. My voice came back, swelling went down, wounds turned to scars. I graduated from walker to crutches, then one crutch. Eventually, I could stand without holding anything. Later, I asked if they'd found the person I went up the mountain to search for. They had. He was alive. He'd made it down another way before anyone even realized where I was. The person I'd gone to save had survived without me. That threw me for a loop. It meant my suffering hadn't been necessary, not in the way I thought. I hadn't traded my body for his life. There was no simple, heroic reason. I went looking for someone lost and became the person who needed to be found. After a while, it made sense that maybe the rescue was never the real story. Maybe I'd already disappeared before I ever went up there. Those months after were slow and lonely. I spent a lot of time watching the forest from the window. Sometimes in the evenings, mist would rise between the trees and make the woods look like a blank wall. I started picking up on things I used to ignore. lights moving where there aren't roads, quiet sounds outside that stopped if I opened the door, the sense that somebody was standing just beyond the clearing. At first, I blamed it all on medication, or exhaustion, or trauma. That was the reasonable answer, and maybe it's right. But the feeling didn't go away, even after I stopped the painkillers. Then one night, months after the crash, I saw something in the woods. Not the woman from before, something else. A group of pale figures standing between the trees. They almost looked transparent, their shapes changing with the fog. They didn't come closer or make a sound. They just stood there, facing the motorhome. While I watched, unable to move or even say anything, I felt that same impossible certainty I'd felt in the hospital. The accident wasn't the end. It was the start of the story. There was a period when my nights started to feel less like home. Something about seeing the same little girl with those pitch black eyes showing up again and again, well, it made me almost dread falling asleep. She'd appear in my dreams for months. Her skin was pale, hair dark, but it's her eyes that stick with me. No whites, no reflections, just a blackness that seemed almost bottomless. Sometimes she'd show up after I became lucid, but other times, her presence was the very thing that made me realize I was dreaming. The first time was during a nightmare that felt way too real. I was wandering through what looked like an ancient city, kind of Roman with marble buildings, huge columns, big stone courtyards. The place was on fire, smoke everywhere, buildings collapsing, people shouting and running. Weird thing is, in the dream, I had a family living there, and I was desperate to find them before something awful happened. I found myself in this big public square. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and some kind of dark, shapeless mass started rising up. Its limbs moved like twisting vines. No, more like tentacles. Before I could do anything, it grabbed me and pulled me in. That was when I snapped awake, but couldn't move at all. I'd slipped right into sleep paralysis. My whole body buzzed, vibrated really. I couldn't move, and it almost felt like I was shaking, though maybe I wasn't. It was terrifying, but I figured it was just an extra bad nightmare. A few nights later, I ended up dreaming I was in an old apartment building, maybe in Poland or somewhere like that. The wallpaper was a dull orange, peeling in spots. The furniture was heavy and old, and I was sitting with a bunch of dream people I didn't actually know, sharing drinks at a low table. The apartment door was sitting open. It was late, maybe after midnight. That's when the little girl appeared in the hallway. The second the others saw her, they freaked out, telling her she wasn't supposed to be there, that she had to leave right then. I said, "Calm down. She's just a kid. Maybe she needs something." So I invited her in. She stepped through and locked eyes with me, those same completely black eyes. The dream seemed to fall apart around us. Right then, I hit that sleep paralysis state again, body buzzing, this tight pressure in my head. It felt like something was pushing into my mind, or pressing from the inside, if that makes sense. After that night, she started showing up almost every other night. I started calling her Mara because giving Crisp a name made her slightly less scary. It didn't actually help much. Every time she appeared, the whole dream would go cold and tense, even if it had started out peaceful. Other times, she wasn't alone. There was also this tall, twisted man with a bald head, deep creases in his face, and weirdly big features. He dressed in ripped robes, kind of like a monk, but old and ragged. He barely moved his joints, and his face looked, well, not quite real, like someone trying to look old. Anytime either of them showed up, I lost control of the dream. If I was already lucid, things got unstable. If I wasn't lucid, Seeing them would make me realize I was dreaming. Either way, it always ended with paralysis, that buzz through my body, and the sensation that they were trying to push into me or take over. Back then, they didn't feel like parts of me. Usual dream people are kind of empty. You just know they're not real. But Mara and the man were different. They seemed aware of me, and their presence felt, invasive. For a while, I honestly wondered if something was trying to possess me. I don't think that now. I doubt they were demons or ghosts. More likely, it was stuff my brain was dragging up. Stress, fears, maybe things I wasn't dealing with while awake. You can make some convincing monsters when you're under pressure. That logic doesn't make it less real in the moment, though. I got tired of running from them after a few months. In one dream, I stood my ground and tried to stay calm, not let the fear in. It felt like a tug of war in my mind, but for the first time, I managed to hold on. After that, the dreams with them started happening less and less. Within a few weeks, they stopped altogether. All told, this went on for about 5 months. There's one other piece to this that made it all weirder. I'm a night owl, so I'm usually up at 3 in the morning. Several nights a week, I'd hear the same whistling outside. 2 notes, wee woo, 3 times in a row. Always the exact same sound, like a pattern. I figured I was probably half asleep and imagining it, or maybe something electronic was making the noise. Then one night, my friend Nolan was over. We were talking in the living room when the whistling started up again. Nolan looked right at me and asked, "Did you just whistle?" I said, "No, but I keep hearing that." Oddly enough, it was a relief. At least I knew I hadn't made up every bit of this. The whistling stopped for good around the same time the dreams ended. I never figured out what caused it. Could have been a busted clock, a neighbor, or some gadget dying. There's probably a plain reason. But when something like that happens night after night, and those same faces show up in your dreams, it gets harder to believe that everything has an ordinary answer. The headlights barely cut through the road as my grandma drove that twisting road around Mount Scott. She always said the mountain changed at night, that something waited along the way, especially when the clouds swallowed the moon and you couldn't see past the glass. She used to tell this story when we'd drive around Mount Scott and Lake Latonka, out by Medicine Park, Oklahoma. Since she passed away a month ago, I've been thinking about the stories she shared. They felt like a link to something just a step outside our own lives. Most weren't straight up scary, more like old myths. She and my dad would sometimes talk about these little people called the Minipeds, though I'm not sure that's how you spell it. The word came from Kiowa Tanoan or something like that, and the way she said it always made it feel real, even if I'm kind of guessing the spelling now. There's one story she repeated more than any other, and it always gave me this feeling. It happened one night in the late 1960s, before my dad was even born. My uncle, Elias, was around 5 then. Grandma lived near the tribe in Carnegie, but close enough to Medicine Park that she'd shop for groceries there sometimes, especially if it was late. Carnegie didn't have late-night stores back then, and she worked nights on weekends, so she'd sometimes go to the Medicine Park store if she forgot something. Now, the thing about Mount Scott, everyone in the tribe knew it was sacred ground. Grandma always said the tribe was promised that no road would ever cross it, something the government agreed to back in the early 1900s. But the road got built anyway, snaking around the mountain with these sharp turns where you could see both the lake and the peak. She'd warn us that the road came with a cost. She said that by cutting through sacred ground, the mountain was now haunted by an angry spirit, one that didn't want people driving through at night. This was the night that changed what she believed. This was when things got real for her. That night, she said, the sky was covered in thick clouds, no moon or stars at all. Just She wasn't too worried though. I could still see the road, and I wasn't about to waste gas driving all the way back to Carnegie, she told me once. Halfway down, her car quit. No warning, it just died. She thought it was a weird mechanical problem, maybe the battery or something, but the car was pretty new for those days. She tried starting it again. Nothing. Then she tried a second time, and right after that, she heard this loud whooshing sound just above the car. She said it was almost like a big tarp flapping, but there wasn't anything there. It was sudden and hard to ignore, like something huge was right overhead. She tried cranking the engine a third time, and this time it sputtered and finally caught. That's when she saw it, right in her headlights, maybe 6 feet in front of the car. At first it looked like just a big shadow, but as the lights hit it, it turned its head and she saw its eyes. The eyes glowed, no blinking, just staring straight back at her. For a few seconds, she sat frozen, and I think she said she gripped the steering wheel hard, it hurt. Then, with another rush of wind, this thing lifted up and just flew away. No footsteps, no noise except for that strange whoosh. She called it the owl whenever she told us about it, but my brother and I started jokingly calling it Owl Man, because we grew up obsessed with cryptids and those weird local legends, like Frogman. For Grandma, seeing an owl was nothing to laugh about. In our tribe, owls are a taboo. If you see one, it's supposed to mean someone close is going to die soon. A year after that night, my grandpa found out he had cancer. My dad was just a baby then. It took over 10 years, but the family always remembered the owl, like it had been a warning. Do I believe her? I think I do. Grandma swore by that story, and my dad does too. He's had his own weird things happen, but he doesn't like to talk about them much. He once told me, "There are things out there you can't even imagine. Sometimes the impossible just happens." I want to ask my dad about more of those stories the next time we talk. For now, though, this is the one I wanted to pass along. It isn't firsthand, but it's the story that stuck with me the most. Some nights, the quiet just doesn't sit right. It's like the darkness settles in a little heavier, and you start to notice things you normally wouldn't. I've had a couple of nights like that, where something just felt off and then got much stranger. When I was a kid, my younger brother Ben was about 4 or 5 years old when all the weird stuff started happening. Ben had a rough go with his health. He was in and out of hospitals for a while, all sorts of surgeries. It wore our family down. Ben's night terrors were the worst. He'd bolt up in bed, screaming like he was being torn apart, arms and legs everywhere, and even after he calmed down, he had no memory of any nightmare. But then he began talking to someone at night, and it wasn't long until his fire truck toys started going off by themselves. Lights, sirens, the whole bit, at all hours. The clocks made it even stranger. Every morning, my mom would see that every clock in the house was set to exactly 2:15 a.m. Not one or two clocks, all of them, lined up like that was supposed to mean something. There was this little storage room under the stairs, right beside the playroom. Ben used to say, "John," and his mom lived in there. He'd go and knock on the door, calling out, "Hi, John's mom. Can John come out and play with me and my sister?" I chalked it up to just being a kid. My parents told me it was imaginary, so I just let it go. But Ben made it real. He wanted an extra plate at dinner for John. He'd throw a fit if John wasn't buckled in the car before we drove anywhere. And if my parents forgot, Ben would just lose it. My dolls were no better. One started crying non-stop, so my mom pulled the batteries out and pushed it deep into the toy box, but it kept making noise anyway. There was this big plush duck too, motion sensor inside, that would go off even with the switch turned off, over and over, even when there was nobody in the room. That went on for a year, maybe more. The breaking point, at least for my mom, was one night in the kitchen when Ben was crying. He told us, "I told John we can't be friends anymore because I have bones and he doesn't." I never forgot that line, and honestly, the whole room got quiet like even the walls were listening. That same night, while I was trying to sleep, I heard a woman calling my name. I looked up, and she was standing right by my bed. She looked almost annoyed and asked, "Where's John?" I just lay there, not moving, hoping she'd go away. She asked again, louder, "Where's John?" And I squeezed my eyes closed as tight as I could. By the time I looked again, she was gone. I made a beeline to my parents' room and begged to stay the rest of the night. The next evening, my mom was talking to a priest and some guy I later learned was a medium. The priest came to bless the house, and the medium was supposed to help John and his mom cross over. He told my mom that John and his mom had died in a fire and somehow attached to Ben during his last surgery. I wonder now if that fire truck, the one that went off every night, was about that. After the blessing and the medium's visit, nothing more happened. John and his mom just stopped showing up. We finally got some rest, but that whole year is stuck in my head, and sometimes it comes back when I least expect it. Another time, when I was 27 and living alone in a tiny second-floor apartment, I had my own run-in with something I can't explain. My place was across the hall from my best friend's, which felt reassuring, but the building had its own history of oddness. For the first week, everything was quiet. Then at night, I started hearing footsteps above me, heavy steps when I was getting ready for bed. Sometimes there were noises in the kitchen. Once it sounded like someone clinking plates and, this is weird, a little clink on the countertop that I figured out was from a little bear figurine with a hard plastic nose. Then stuff started happening to me directly. One afternoon, while I was napping, I felt a hard push on my shoulder, like a hand shoving me into the mattress. I was on my side, so it felt real, like someone was right there. Another night, as I was settling into bed, I felt someone blow in my face. I heard it and felt my hair move. I got up and checked every window and door. Front door had 4 locks, all still sealed shut. My cousin Quinn moved in for a while, wanting a break from her parents. She had this calming vibe, so I was glad for the company, hoping things would settle down. It did get better for a bit, but then one evening, Quinn went to visit a friend and grabbed some boxes from her parents. I locked every single lock after she left and told her to call me when she came back, since that deadbolt only worked from the inside. Right after she drove off, I took a long shower, probably 15 or 20 minutes. In the middle of it, I heard the front door slam, loud, like someone angry. Then came footsteps in the hall, and I heard something heavy set down on Quinn's bed. The door slammed again. Then, a few minutes later, it happened again. Slam, footsteps. The sound of a box dropped onto the bed, then the door a third time. I couldn't make sense of it. I rushed out, towel wrapped around me, straight to the window, thinking I'd catch Quinn carrying boxes. No car. No Quinn. I called her, a little annoyed, asking why she'd left so quickly. She told me she hadn't come back. She was still at her friend's house. So I let her go and wandered back to the hallway. That's when I noticed the muddy boot prints. There was a line of prints from the front door, all the way down the hall to the bathroom. They stopped right in front of my door, with a bit of water pooling at the last set. I looked at my own feet. They were dry. It hadn't rained in weeks, so there wasn't any mud outside, and Quinn never wore boots. I checked Quinn's room. No boxes, just her cat staring at me with that look cats give you when they know something you don't. I double-checked every window and door. Still locked, like I'd never left the apartment. No one I tell this story to has an answer. I still think about those muddy prints, how they just appeared when nobody could have come in. Some things just get left behind, without explanation, and those footprints are one of them for me. I was 18, driving from Montana to Seattle. Just me and my dog, heading west down I-90. Most of the trip was pretty normal, but late at night, somewhere not far from Cleellum, something strange happened. The radio had been playing a BBC talk show, and while I can't put my finger on the exact subject, it was one of those weird, unsettling topics. The static from the radio got worse and worse. I'm talking about that kind of static where it sounds like the station is trying to break through, but just can't make it. Eventually, the signal died completely. I felt so tired all of a sudden. Not just regular tired, but my eyes kept trying to close even though I didn't want them to. I decided I wasn't safe to keep driving, so I took an exit. Maybe it was called 6 Mile Road or something like that, though I could be off by a mile or two. There were no streetlights, not even the distant glow of a house, just thick fog rippling in my headlights. It made the road look like it was moving on its own. I kept driving, looking for anywhere that seemed like a safe place to pull over. That's when I saw this big warehouse off to the right. It was sort of white, maybe a little gray, no windows at all, just blank walls. There were a weird number of black cars and white vans parked around it. The cars looked really expensive, like out of place expensive. The whole property was surrounded by a high metal fence with barbed wire on top. I didn't see a single person or any sign of life, but I felt like I should keep back, so I backed my car into some trees across the way. The air was super still, but a little breeze would move the fog around, and I could hear the leaves rustle against my window. I turned off the engine, locked the doors, grabbed a scratchy brown blanket from the back seat, and tried to settle in. My phone said it was exactly 2 a.m. My dog curled up on the passenger seat, but she was acting on edge. I must have dozed off for a few minutes, because the next thing I remember, my whole car started shaking. Not like a little tremor, but full-on rocking back and forth, side to side. My dog let out this low, scared whine and scrambled behind the seat. I sat up and tried to see outside, but it was pitch black. No lights from the warehouse, nothing at all, just total darkness. I kept straining to see something, a person or an animal or even wind, but there was nothing. The shaking went on for maybe 10 seconds, though it felt much longer. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. I panicked and turned the ignition, headlights on, and cranked the wheel to get away from the warehouse as fast as I could. As soon as the car started moving, the shaking quit. I didn't look back or wait around to see if anyone appeared. I got back on the highway and tried to calm down, but I just had this feeling, like I'd stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. My dog wouldn't even come out from behind the seat for a good while. When I finally glanced at the clock again, it said 4:30 a.m. Somehow, 2.5 hours had disappeared. My phone matched the car clock too, so I knew it wasn't just a dashboard glitch. I noticed the gas gauge was much lower than it should have been, about a quarter of a tank gone, which made no sense because I hadn't driven that far. And it wasn't just the time zone either. That only accounts for an hour difference out there. A year later, I tried searching the area on Google Maps with my ex, Ashley. We found a weird government-looking building tucked near Cleellum that could be the warehouse, but the name was all numbers and letters, and it didn't say what it was. I don't know if it was really the same one, but the barbed wire and the empty parking lot looked familiar. Even now, when I think back on it, there's nothing I can point to that makes sense. The fog, the shaking car, the time that vanished, my dog's reaction, all of it just makes me wish I'd kept driving straight through that stretch and never stopped. Rain tapped against our apartment window that morning, just before I left for work. Something about the way the light came in made the place feel a bit off, and it was only after what happened that I realized how strange the air felt. This happened about 3 years ago, back when I was working in a small office, really just a cramped space, nothing much to it. I sat across from a woman named Antoinette. We didn't hang out after hours, but in the office, we'd talk about our families, ask for advice, and share stories. There was a sort of comfort in that routine. One afternoon, maybe an hour after we started our shift, Antoinette's phone rang. She answered, and I could see her go pale. Not just pale, but trembling all over. She left the room fast. When she came back, her eyes were red, and it looked like she'd been crying for a while. I asked if she was okay, and she told me her childhood friend's dad had taken his own life. He'd cut his throat, and her friend, let's call her Sadie, had found him. I didn't know them, but it was awful to hear. Over the next few days, Antoinette told me all about the mess and pain surrounding the death. A lot of phone calls, arguments, that sort of thing. I tried to be there for her, but then the following Monday, things started to feel strange for me. My husband and I lived in a plain little apartment. That morning, he left for work before me, just like always. As I was locking up to leave, I got this chill in the back of my neck. I mean, it felt like the temperature just dropped, but only for a second. And then, I heard a voice in my head, clear as if someone had said it out loud. "Don't turn around." I almost listened, but curiosity got me, so I turned anyway. In the bedroom, there was this older man, maybe 5'8", wearing square glasses with a really serious expression. He was just standing there, not moving at all, and I could barely breathe. I grabbed my bag. I actually dropped my keys and had to fumble for them, and got out of the apartment as quick as I could. I was shaking all the way to work. At work, Antoinette was already by my desk. She had this angry look and was holding a newspaper. She slapped it on the desk and pointed at the obituary photo. It was the same old man from my apartment that morning, only in this photo, he was giving a thumbs up, smiling in a way that made me uncomfortable. Antoinette just kept saying, "Can you believe they used this picture? It's so wrong after everything that happened. It looks like he's proud or something." I just stood there, staring at the picture and trying to steady myself. I think I said, "Yeah, that's odd," but my face must have said more. That night, I was exhausted and just crashed on the bed after dinner. My husband got home late and fell asleep beside me. I was scrolling on my phone, not really paying attention, when he jerked awake, almost kicking me. I asked if he was okay, and for a moment he just stared at me, kind of out of it. Then he finally said, "Yeah, but there was an old man with glasses right in my face." He was sweating, and I actually dropped my phone because it freaked me out so much. We didn't know what to do, so we called my aunt for advice and ended up burning sage and sprinkling salt by every doorway, and even around each other. It felt weird, but I was desperate. After that, the man never showed up again. Antoinette still thinks I'm just being silly. She doesn't know what I saw. I just hope that man found whatever he was looking for. For me, though, that feeling hasn't completely gone away. It's like there's still something waiting just out of sight, and every once in a while I catch myself glancing into the hallway, half expecting to see him again. When her hand slid down my back, I could feel each fingernail drag along my shirt. The lights made her earrings flash gold, but her stare stayed empty, like she was looking through me. That was when I realized something about her just didn't add up. Something really strange happened to me at a concert last night, and I still don't know what to make of it. I should probably give some background, since it explains where my head was at when all of this happened. A few months back, I went to a rock show at an outdoor venue in Pennsylvania with a coworker. We got free tickets through work, and our seats were up on a platform overlooking the crowd. From that spot, I noticed something odd. It looked almost like the energy of the crowd was washing toward the stage. Thousands of people, moving together, shouting the same words and focused on just a handful of people playing music. With the flickering lights, the huge screen, and the bass rattling the metal railings, the whole thing felt ritual-like. My coworker noticed it too, or at least got what I meant. We talked about it for a while after, but eventually I stopped thinking about it. Then last night, I went back to that venue to see another band with my fiancée. She's been a fan for years, and honestly, I was having a good time. My fiancée is the outgoing kind. She can wander into a crowd of strangers and somehow leave knowing everybody's birthday. I'm the opposite. Quiet, always watching, usually stuck in my own head. I notice faces. I keep track of who's standing near us. I look for exits without thinking about it. So by halfway through the concert, I'd gotten a sense of everyone close by. That actually matters, because I know for sure the woman I saw later hadn't been standing near us before. At some point, I started thinking about that earlier concert and the weird feeling I'd had about the crowd. Without really deciding to, I stopped moving with everyone else. Instead of singing along or swaying, I stood totally still. I focused on breathing and tried to match the singer's rhythm. In my head, I pictured drawing some of the crowd's energy toward myself instead of sending it to the stage. Yeah, I know that sounds bizarre. I'm in my 30s. I have a family. If I'm not at work, I'm probably listening to hip-hop or playing competitive games on my computer. I'm not really someone who talks about auras or energy or anything mystical. But for a few seconds, I felt different. Just more awake, maybe. Like I was more solid than before. Then somebody hit me on the shoulder. I turned, and there was a woman who looked about 55 or so. She wore a dark green top, big gold earrings, and had a string of small piercings running up one ear. Her hair was dark, with a white streak right at the front. She seemed a bit tipsy, just enjoying herself, and maybe bumped me while dancing. A man next to her must have been her partner. I just shrugged at him, like, no worries, and faced forward again. Almost instantly, two younger women pushed in front of my fiancée. Words got exchanged and things grew. I stepped between them before it could get worse. The women danced against me on purpose for a second, trying to set my fiancé off, but finally wandered off. At the time, I chalked it up to typical concert weirdness. Now, I'm not sure at all. A few minutes later, a hand landed on my shoulder again. This time, it wasn't accidental. The hand slid down my back. I turned and saw the woman in green staring right at me. Her face was completely blank. No smile, no apology, nothing. Her eyes were strangely dark in the lights. We just looked at each other for a second. I turned back to the stage, feeling annoyed, and thought, if she touches me again, I'm saying something. Maybe 5 minutes went by. Then a hand reached around me from behind. I felt fingernails on my chest. The hand moved down my stomach, across my hip, and around toward my lower back. It was way too deliberate to be a mistake. I spun around to where the hand had come from. The woman in green was walking behind me, heading toward the edge of the crowd. But she wasn't an older woman anymore. She listed maybe 25, not even a line in her face. Same clothes, same jewelry, same streak in her hair. Every sign that it was her, except now her skin was smooth and her posture had shifted. Not just a trick of the lights. She looked decades younger. She stopped, stared me straight in the eyes. Still no emotion. No smile, no anger, not embarrassed. Just empty, fixed on me. And I got the strongest feeling in my gut that she wanted me to follow her. I glanced away for maybe 2 seconds, trying to get my head straight. When I looked back, she was gone. I searched the aisle, the edges of the crowd, every spot I could see. There was nowhere she should have disappeared that fast. Unless she took off running. No way, I should have still seen her. My hands started shaking. For the next several minutes, I couldn't focus on the music at all. I just kept scanning the crowd, thinking maybe my mind had mixed up 2 different people. Then a song ended. The stage went dark. The next song kicked in hard, and the lights snapped back on. A woman in front of us got bumped and glanced back at me, annoyed. The kind of look you give when someone nearby is acting up. I followed where she was looking. The woman in green was right in front of her. She was dancing wild, tossing herself around and making everyone near her uncomfortable. One second, that spot was empty. Next second, she was just there, like she'd stepped straight out of the darkness. She looked right at me again. At that exact moment, the singer called for a circle pit. My fiancé grabbed my arm and started pulling us in. I grabbed her hand and pulled her back. There was no way I was letting her head into the crowd while the woman in green was close by. A moment later, I looked around. The woman was gone. After the show, my fiancé was upset because I hadn't let her join the pit for the last song. I tried explaining what happened, but even saying it out loud, it didn't sound possible. That's where I'm stuck. I know crowds can be confusing. I know stage lights play tricks on faces. I know adrenaline, being tired, even suggestion can mess with what you see. But this wasn't a subtle shift. The first time, the woman looked well over 50. The next, she looked 25. Same clothes, same jewelry, same hair, same expression. It's been over a day now, and almost every waking minute, I keep going over it. It's after midnight now, and I really should be asleep since I have work tomorrow. Instead, I'm sitting here, just trying to make sense of one thing. Who or what was the woman in green? Even after months of quiet, those summer nights in Walsh Moor held a strangeness I hadn't noticed in the daytime. The roads seemed endless, the only light coming from my phone's shaky beam, and every hedge or tree felt different after dark. During the pandemic, I was living in this tiny village in the Irish countryside called Walsh Moor. It was one of those quiet places, surrounded by miles of dark bogland, open fields, and winding roads that seemed to vanish into the distance. With all the restrictions, I hardly left the village or its nearby countryside for over a year. Life was so still, almost muffled. Days just bled into each other, and the nights dragged on, longer than I could keep track. I've always been a terrible sleeper. At some point in the summer of 2021, July I think, but I'm not sure anymore, I started going for walks late at night. There was just something about the countryside after dark that pulled me out, even if I can't really put my finger on what it was. Night made everything feel off. Fields I'd seen 100 times took on a totally different shape, and any old tree could turn into a black shape stretching across the lane. Sounds would drift in, cows shifting, a gate clanking from who knows where. Everything felt sharper. One night, probably around 10:30, I left the village and followed one of the narrow country roads going in the direction of the bog. I passed a couple sheep fields on my left, some sleeping cattle near a broken gate, and a farmhouse with a blue lamp shining in the window. Not the usual yellow ones, but a blue one. There were no streetlights, so I used my phone's flashlight to see the road ahead, but it kept picking up bits of dust and made everything look kind of washed out. I'd been walking for about 15 minutes when I heard it, a long, distant howl. I stopped right there. There are plenty of dogs around, just about every farm has one, and I'm used to hearing them bark if someone passes by. But this wasn't a bark. It wasn't even close. It had nothing in common with the usual dog sounds. It actually reminded me of a fox's scream, except this was much deeper, way louder, and it felt a lot heavier, like whatever made it was big. Definitely bigger than any fox. The closest thing I can compare it to is the howl from that old movie, An American Werewolf in London. That same long, drawn-out, almost bellowing sound, somewhere caught between a shriek and a howl. I just stood there for a bit, trying to figure out which direction it had come from, though I couldn't be sure. The hedges all looked the same, and the sound seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have. And then, nothing. No barking followed it, no movement in the fields, not even a second howl, just total quiet. That silence just made everything feel worse, like the night was holding its breath. I decided I was done walking for that night. I turned around and headed back toward the village, moving faster than before. Every little rustle in the hedges made me check behind me, but I never saw anything. No glowing eyes, no shapes in the fields, nothing. I'm not sure what made that sound. The sensible answer is that it was probably just an odd dog, or a fox whose cry sounded weird because of the open bogland. Sounds can play tricks out there, especially in the middle of the night. Still, Ireland has its fair share of old stories about strange creatures. There are old legends about phantom wolves, big black dogs that show up on lonely roads, and even some reports of giant cats that supposedly roam the rural counties. But whatever it was, whatever made that howl, it wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. And I didn't walk down that road alone at night again. Sometimes at night, you catch a rhythm in this house. The faint sound of someone running the stairs when everyone should be gone. That's when the quiet becomes something you can hear, almost a presence shifting in the air, and every old floorboard seems to be holding its breath. This house has been in my family for decades. It's over 100 years old, set back in a neighborhood where you can still see daylight between the homes, unlike the crowded logs you get closer to the city. My parents bought it about 30 years ago, back when it was almost abandoned. Crumbling steps, green paint peeling, saplings growing right up against the porch. The neighbors, who'd been there forever, once told a story about some builders who'd been working nearby. They saw an elderly man and woman walking arm in arm through our overgrown garden. It sounded peaceful, almost sweet. Except the house hadn't been lived in for 14 years, and everyone knew it. There weren't supposed to be any old couples drifting through. The history's pretty simple. The first couple who owned the place didn't have kids. The wife died in her 50s, I think, and the husband lived into his 80s but passed away overseas. There's not much else. No family stories or any real idea what they were like. That blank spot always bugged my mom. When my parents moved in with my older brothers, things started happening that none of them could explain. It wasn't the scary kind of haunting, more like little pranks from someone with too much free time. Stuff went missing and showed up in weird spots. My dad once found his wallet inside the microwave. There were footsteps overhead when the bedrooms were all empty, doors that'd close right when you turned to leave the room, and those fast footsteps on the stairs late at night. It always felt like the house was awake, but never angry, just busy. I got the worst of it when I was home alone. Once, there was a sound up in the attic like someone dragging something heavy, almost like a piano, with that dragging thump, stopping and then starting again, a little louder each time. At first, I thought it was the old water tank, but the noise was too sharp, like wood scraping. I actually left the house and stood out in the driveway for a while, just trying to shake it off. My dad never believed in anything supernatural. He was stubborn about that. But then he started seeing someone. He'd wake up and there'd be an old man standing at the end of his bed, just watching him. He described his face once, covered in scars, the kind that come from really bad acne. My mom, who was always into genealogy, found out that the original husband who lived here had terrible acne scars, same as what my dad described. That part always made me uneasy, but Dad insisted it was just a trick of tired eyes. Things kept happening like that until my parents split up. After the divorce, Dad stayed in the house and put on an extension, made the rooms bigger, changed the back garden. Not long after that, the noise faded. The footsteps, the doors, once in a while, but never like before. For years, it was as if the house finally settled. That lasted about 15 years. I'm in my 30s now, living here again with my two brothers and their families. The house is open plan, high walls, high ceilings, and there's always someone around. 4 months ago, I was home alone. My room is downstairs, right across from the bottom of the staircase. Suddenly, I heard someone running up and down those old wooden stairs, 5 times in a row. The last time, the steps stopped at the top. No one ever came back down. Everyone else was overseas at the time, so it was just me sitting there, wondering if I'd finally lost it. Since then, the noises have come back. My family hears doors slamming shut, that dragging in the attic, sometimes loud footsteps overhead when no one is up there. At Christmas, my sister-in-law's brother stayed with us. We didn't mention anything about the house because we didn't want to put him off. First night, he heard dragging and banging sounds above him, even though there's no upstairs where he was sleeping. Second night, he heard someone running up and down the stairs, so loud he got up to check who it was. We all just kind of shrugged and said, "Old houses make noise," but we knew better. There's about 7 of us living in and around the place now, and nearly everyone's heard something strange, even guests. I've heard heavy thuds that sound like someone dropping furniture upstairs, but when I check, nothing's moved. My brother and I, the ones who grew up here, don't seem to hear the dragging sounds as much. It's usually the partners, my sister-in-law or my brother's girlfriend, who get the brunt of it. Bolts slide shut on their own. Doors lock from the inside. It's like the house wants them to know it's still alive, still paying attention. What gets me is how the sounds come in waves. Years go by with nothing, then all at once, the footsteps and banging start up again. Sometimes I think the house is just going through old routines, or maybe it's got something to say. I can't explain why, after all this time, it started again. Or why, on the quietest nights when I'm the last one awake, I hear footsteps going slow, step by step, down the hallway that leads to the back door. Maybe the couple who first lived here haven't really left, and they're just walking their old paths, keeping an eye on us, reminding us the house isn't empty yet. The house looked normal from the outside, but inside, it felt like we stepped into the middle of someone else's memory. That's what happened to me last Saturday, and it hasn't really left my mind since. Luke and I had this rare free night, and that was the only time we could get over to his grandmother's house. She's been in a nursing home for a while, and the family wanted him to decide within a week if he wanted to buy the place before they put it up for sale. The house is stuck in the past, with patterned wallpaper and those heavy blue carpets that look almost green in the right light. It's all original, right down to the doors that stick a little when you pull them. We pulled up, and there was this light on in the living room. At first, we thought someone might be inside, but it was just a lamp, left on to make it look occupied. When we walked in, things felt off, like the air was thicker, and Luke pointed out that some posters from his grandmother's bedroom were now in the living room. He thought his aunt might have moved them, or maybe a health worker who comes by for paperwork, so we kind of brushed it off. The strangest part for me was that I'd visited before, and it never felt weird. This time, the second I walked through the door, my chest got tight, and I felt almost panicked, for no real reason I could say. I tried to ignore it while we walked through each room. The place is old and really needs work. The wallpaper was peeling in corners, and there was this dusty old couch that made a noise when I sat down. We saved the grandmother's bedroom for last. Inside, there was just one dresser. Luke said he thought it was his grandfather's, though we probably wouldn't keep it. We were turning to head out, and right inside the bedroom entrance is this little side table. I think maybe Luke brushed by it, or maybe not. I can't really remember, but this framed picture just slid off and hit the rug with a soft thud. I was still standing by the window, and I half joked about it being a bad omen, complaining about how much work the house was going to be. Luke picked the picture up and showed it to me. It was an old trifold frame, with an image of Mary holding baby Jesus in that vintage style, kind of faded around the edges. I'm not religious, and I don't know much about that kind of imagery, but the way that moment lined up with how unsettled I felt made it stick in my mind. It felt like the house was reacting somehow, or maybe, I don't know, trying to tell us something. After that, we just wanted out. Every time the floor creaked, it sounded louder than usual, and I kept glancing behind me like I was expecting someone to be there. Walking back through the hallway, I noticed a clock ticking so loud it drowned out the sound of our steps. When we finally got outside and shut the door, the night air felt like the only normal thing. Luke and I didn't talk much on the drive back. I kept thinking about that picture, the heaviness in the house, and whether that was just nerves or something more. It's hard to explain, but it makes me second guess if buying that house is the right thing. There's just this sense that it's holding on to more than memories, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to find out what else is stuck in those walls. It was raining that night, and the sound of drops against the window kept me company. I lay awake, half watching the flicker of the TV in my mom's bedroom, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, even before I saw anything. The first story happened about 10 years ago. I was 19, a couple years into living alone for college before moving back home. My dad passed away the year after I moved out, and it really affected my mom. My older sister and I both moved in with her again to help out and keep her company. One weekend, my mom went away with the aunts, so it was just me and my sister at home. I never liked my parents' bedroom as a kid. It had a weird vibe I couldn't explain. But that night, I slept there anyway, mostly because the TV was in that room and I wanted to watch movies before bed. The TV cast this shaky blue and white glow across the bed. The bathroom door was open, right across from the bedroom. I must have drifted off. Sometime in that hazy stretch before sunrise, maybe 4 or 5 in the morning, I woke up fast. Standing in the hallway, right between the bathroom and bedroom doors, was a tall, dark figure. For a second, I thought it was my sister. She's tall and she sleepwalks sometimes, so I called her name, kind of quiet. Instead of answering, the figure leapt forward and jumped on me. It pinned me down, felt so real, like a person, maybe even a burglar. It was straddling me, holding my left arm up with one hand, and with the other, it pressed its arm across my mouth and shoved its elbow into my shoulder so I couldn't move. All I could see were these big, bright blue eyes shining in the dark. The rest of the face was just pitch black, nothing there at all. I fought back and somehow moved my mouth just enough to scream as loud as I could get it out. My sister woke up and rushed into the room. Whatever it was, the thing jumped off me and ran past her through the doorway. I yelled at her to shut the back door, to catch it, but she just blinked at me, groggy and confused. She kept saying, "What? Where? I don't see anyone. You're dreaming. Wake up." Right then, our neighbor tapped on the gate, asking if my mom was okay. He'd heard me scream and came over. I was shaking, actually trembling, and I really wasn't sure if I'd imagined it all. No one else saw the figure, just me. But I had a deep purple bruise on my left arm where it had grabbed me. My sister's version is different. She says she found me lying down, staring at the ceiling, not sitting up. I remember it clearer than that, though. I was upright, trying to make sense of everything. The second story isn't scary like that first one, but it's just as strange. Feels like something's messing with me, almost like a prank. A few years back, my mom's wedding rings disappeared. We tore up the house searching and found empty jewelry boxes in the guest room closet, which didn't make sense. After a while, I just figured maybe the cleaning lady took them, or they were lost for good. About a year later, I took a small jewelry box to dinner so I could put on some earrings. I wore the earrings, came home, and suddenly the missing rings were just there, inside that same little box. No clue how they got back. Then nothing happened until a few months ago. I was staging the house to sell, and I moved all my office stuff, keyboard, mouse, cords, into the garage. When I set up my new office, my mouse was missing. Searched every box, every shelf, everywhere. Weeks went by, and finally, I bought a new one. One morning, after I'd cleaned my car at the car wash, leather seats shining, that boring lemon smell everywhere, I parked the car in my locked garage and went inside to watch some TV. Next morning, after running out for breakfast and coming back, I found the missing mouse sitting right in the middle of the driver's seat, in my locked garage. That was the exact mouse I'd lost, same scratches on the bottom. Just last week it happened again. I worked from home all day, was the only one there, then left for a couple hours. Came back to find a bunch of drawers in the kitchen wide open, empty ones, nothing actually missing. Not even from the small drawer where I keep spare cash and cards. I don't know why a ghost would steal an Apple mouse and then sneak it back months later. Or why a person would do that for that matter. I went ahead and changed every lock and code I could think of, set up cameras like I was preparing for some weird heist. Maybe it's a person. Maybe it's not. Guess I'll just have to wait and see what shows up next. Sometimes, thinking back to those years, certain details come back that don't quite line up with how I remember ordinary things. Something about hospitals always set me on edge, and this one was no different, with its new wing tacked onto the old, kind of in a forgotten corner. About 2 or 3 years ago, I was working in a hospital's women's wing. This part was new, built off the side of the main building, but honestly, it always felt a little out of the way. To get snacks or drinks, you'd have to leave the new wing and cross over into the main building. I'd already had my share of odd stuff in other jobs, but this place, it was its own brand of weird. The older section of the hospital, I never really worked that area much, but sometimes I'd go by the exam rooms. Each one had these little changing stalls in the back. One time, as I walked past, just glancing in, I caught sight of something in the mirror. It looked like a person, completely wrapped in bandages, crawling out of the changing area. Not walking, crawling, moving kind of jerky like that girl from The Ring. I just stared, and then when I blinked, it was gone. My heart was, I felt weird after. Couldn't get it out of my head for days. Getting snacks from the new wing meant hauling up 3 flights of stairs, and the whole front was glass, so you'd see your reflection as you climbed. I made a dumb joke out loud saying, "Hey, I'm just here for snacks. Don't follow me. I just want snacks." Right when I looked back at the glass, there it was. A tall, black shadow behind me. Not me. Definitely not me. I spun around and the stairs were empty. Looked at the glass again and it was only me, regular old me. That shadow just showed up and vanished. A couple months after that, I quit. When people bring up hospital stories, I always remember mine. One time, in broad daylight, I was hauling trash out and I saw this black shadow, like when a cloud covers the sun for a bit. But this was the size of a shopping cart, just hanging behind a parked SUV. Just seconds after, some nurses came out carrying a body and put it into the ambulance. I decided then, no more working around hospitals for me. After high school, I worked down at a strip mall, in this store called Kohl's. There was a girl, Ruth, my high school crush. I kept thinking I saw her everywhere in the store, or just outside. I'd say, "There's Ruth," but if I went to find her, she'd be gone, always moving behind people or out of sight. It happened way too many times. I started thinking something wasn't right. One day, I told this girl I went to school with about seeing Ruth. She just looked at me funny and told me Ruth had died in a car crash on her way to school, years back. I couldn't believe it. We'd argued the week she was supposed to go back to her old school, and then I never talked to her again. She died in 2004. I found her grave maybe in 2014 or 2015. I had just a photo of her headstone. When I got there, this huge cemetery, I got out of my Civic and just said, "Hey, I don't mean any harm, but I'm looking for my sweetheart. Can you help me?" I looked up and my eyes went straight to her headstone, like I just knew. I had this old Bible workbook she'd given me, with her handwriting, and I'd only filled out the first page years ago. Lost every letter and most of her pictures. I sat there and cried, told her I loved her. After that, I never saw her anywhere again. It's almost 2023 now, and I haven't gone back. About a dream I had not long ago. The night before Halloween, actually, when they say the veil is thin. Most dreams, mine are just regular stuff. My house, whatever. But this time, there was this spirit around. Not doing anything, just standing around me quiet, but I'd turn and see it, and it'd spook me. It wasn't trying to scare me, though. It just looked at me, calm, kind of lonesome maybe. This spirit was tall and thin, shaped like a shadow with a broken skull floating above its shoulders, and a weird red light where its heart should be. Never seen anything like it, and I work with nature spirits now and then, but this was different. A friend said I should look up Santa Muerte and Dia de los Muertos, since I'd just gotten back from Mexico. It was strange, the timing with Samhain and all that. I still wonder if I was supposed to do something for it. Another thing happened back when I was 14 or 15. My brother Roland and I were always hanging out. He liked messing with fire. Nothing big, just little paper fires in the yard. One night, we were in our room and he was playing with his lighter. Suddenly he yelled, "Hey, look at this!" The lighter flame turned into this liquid. Looked like molten plastic, only fire, dripping down his hand, still burning but not leaving a mark. It disappeared right before it hit the carpet, every time. He kept lighting it, and the same thing kept happening. I said no way when he told me to try. After a few minutes, the power in the house cut out. Roland tried the lighter again, but it was dead. Then, a dark orb just floated right over our bed, in the pitch black, even darker than the room. I asked if he saw it. He yelled, "Yeah!" The orb started bouncing, first just on the bed, then in a triangle. Bed, wall, our old brown TV, then back. When it hit the TV, it made that weird noise those old sets make. The thing moved faster and faster, then hit the TV again and disappeared into it. Right then, from Mom's room, we heard a vase break. Mom and my sister screamed, and suddenly the lights flickered back on. Roland and I just stared at each other, then cleaned up the mess and didn't tell a soul. Never saw the orb again, but Roland kept running into strange stuff for years. When I was 14, I used to walk around at night, sometimes with friends, sometimes just me. Our town wasn't really safe after dark, so I always changed up my routes home. One night, passing this old hotel, looked abandoned even back then, my phone rang. Number I didn't know. My friends and I used to prank call all the time, so I answered. But the voice on the other end was too deep, almost like someone pretending to be a movie villain, whispering, "I'm right behind you. I'm watching." I looked around. No one. Street was empty, just some cars parked. Hung up, waited, phone rang again. Same creepy voice, laughing now. Hung up again. The third time, my ringtone didn't even come from my phone. It sounded from a little bush right next to me, which was barely knee-high. There was no way someone was hiding there, but I heard my ringtone clear as day. I bolted home. Told my friends. They all denied it. And with the way I switched up my routes, there's no way someone could have planned that. Even now, I can't drive past that place without feeling weird. When I was 7, the youngest of 5, I used to see things. Shadows moving just where you couldn't quite see them. Sometimes shapes in the corner of my eye. Wasn't scared. Felt like someone was looking out for me. We had a small 3-bedroom apartment, and being the youngest, I slept on the couch. The hallway lined up with the bathroom, light always left on. One night, it was just me, my mom, and her friend in the apartment. My siblings were out. As I was almost asleep, I heard a woman's voice, real gentle, calling my name. I tried to ignore it, but after a few times, my stomach sort of dropped. The voice came from the bathroom. I turned my head, and there in the doorway was a woman, all in white, face blurred out, glowing gold around the edges. Her dress moved like there was wind, even though the windows were closed. She just floated there, arms out, saying my name soft as can be. I screamed, and by the time Mom came running, she was gone. Never saw her again, but sometimes I hear my name in that same voice. Last one for now. 10 years back, I rented a room from my aunt. She lived alone, had a bunch of Shiba Inu dogs. She was a breeder. We got along fine. She practiced Wicca, and I was curious about that stuff. I was maybe 20, staying in the downstairs room under hers. She'd crate the dogs upstairs if she went out. One day, I was unpacking, and her dog started growling. Deep, chesty sound from the landing above. She stared at the door, hackles up. I walked over and she calmed down for a second, then started growling again. I checked the house. Nothing. Then I heard 2 men talking, real faint, coming from upstairs. I went up and the voices faded. The dog's dad, normally barky, just stood by the railing, perfectly still, staring at the same spot. The voices came back, and then from right outside my door, a kid's voice said, "Hello?" I jumped up, grabbed what I had for defense, and checked the house. No one there. The dog wouldn't leave my side. When my aunt came back, she was mad the dog wasn't crated, but I told her what happened. She said she'd had the same things for months, knocking, voices, little tricks. Warned me to always check before inviting anything in. She thought she might have brought something home by accident. That was one of the weirder places I've lived in. Oliver started showing up in places he shouldn't be, or at least, that's how it felt. At first he was just a regular orange tabby, looked kind of like Garfield, honestly, always insisting on sleeping wherever I did when I was visiting my girlfriend at her place. He'd weave around my legs, purring, always sticking close. Sometimes it felt like he was keeping an eye out for me, or maybe just liked being spoiled. I always fed him, played with him, and he'd just melt any sort of chill in the room. He was a good cat. Thing is, Oliver got really sick. Urinary crystals, the kind that just can't be fixed, no matter what you try. My girlfriend had to put him down, and after that, the apartment felt emptier. I kept expecting him to come around the corner, but that didn't happen. A little over a year later, I was living alone near the TCU campus in Fort Worth. There was this one old house on my walk home that creeped me out every single time, especially at night. You'd pass by, and it was like something inside was watching, but the feeling only showed up when the place was empty. When people actually lived there, it felt totally normal. I never could explain that. There was one night some frat guys I kind of knew left their doors unlocked when they went out. Someone broke in, and the next day they just moved out. Wouldn't set foot back in. Not long after, one of those guys asked me to swing by at night to see if I could find his laptop charger. I figured it was no big deal, just a quick in and out. The house was laid out weird. You walk down this narrow hallway from the bedrooms toward the kitchen, but before the kitchen, there was a sort of entry space where these old French doors had been. Kept now, it was just the empty frame. As I headed down the hallway, something brushed against my leg. I glanced down, and for a second, I saw a smoky white cat weaving around me. Looked almost exactly like Oliver, just kind of faded around the edges. He felt warm, so much so that it sort of spread up my leg and through my chest. The cat circled once, then just faded away. Right after that, The air in the living room changed. It became heavy. Really hard to breathe. And there were these two burning red eyes staring right at me from the darkness behind where the French doors used to stand. The hate in that room was thick, like it just wanted me gone. My whole body sort of locked up for a second, and then I ran. Faster than I thought I could, honestly. No charger, of course. Waste of a trip. I had another weird experience when I was about 15. It was late, probably around 2 in the morning. I was playing GTA Online on the old Xbox 360. Suddenly, the internet dropped out. Annoying, but whatever. I went to check my phone to text my friends about it, but the time was stuck at 1:47 a.m. and wouldn't change. No matter what I did, it just stayed there. Then the TV shut off. All the usual home noises, air conditioner, creaks, even the fridge, just stopped. The only noise was me moving around. I headed into the living room to check on my stepdad, who was passed out on the couch. That guy snores louder than any person I've ever met, but he was silent, not even a twitch. Tried shaking him, nothing happened. In the kitchen, there was a single light. Pretty sure it was a bulb over the sink, flickering on and off. Every other light was just dead. It was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat, and I knew. Something wasn't right. I decided to go outside to see if it was just the house or the whole block. Out there, everything was frozen. Cars at the curb, a stray dog halfway across the street, even gnats hanging in the air, not moving. It was like the whole world had stopped except for me. That's when I looked up. The stars. There were more than usual. Hard to describe it, but it was off. Then, one of the stars started moving, growing brighter and brighter, heading my way. It made no noise, just this silent, slow movement that made my chest tighten. I panicked and bolted back inside. I rushed to my room, tried to switch off the light, but nothing worked. For a second, I just stood there, and then a hum, like a generator kicking on, rattled through the walls. Suddenly, everything snapped back to normal. Phone unstuck, house full of sound, lights working again. I called my best friend Brian right away, asking how long I'd been gone. He said just a few minutes. Then my stepdad knocked on my door. He looked, said he'd had a dream that I kept trying to wake him up. I told him he must have just been dreaming, but I was still pretty rattled. Slept with the lights on for a week after that. There was something else that happened when I was even younger, maybe 7. My older sister Victoria, who was 13, got off the school bus before me and went straight home, slamming the door and locking me outside. I sat on the porch swing, trying to do my homework, crying because she wouldn't let me in. It was a small town. Nobody locked doors normally, so that felt weird. While I was there, a boy about my age with dark curly hair came and sat next to me. He had these white feathered wings sticking out from his back. Didn't really strike me as unusual at the time, since our house had a reputation for haunted stuff. He told me his name was Valen, but he later said it was Valak, and we talked a bit. He even mentioned he had a pet named Dragon and asked if I wanted to meet Dragon. I said I'd need to ask my mom. Right about then, my mom pulled into the driveway. I went up to her and told her Victoria locked me out and also asked if I could go see my new friend's pet. She looked at me and then over at the porch, but all she saw was me. She nodded, but her smile didn't look right. Once inside, I thought maybe Valak was a guardian angel because of the wings. Her face went pale, and she slammed the door behind us, then grabbed a bottle of holy water and splashed it all over me. Didn't explain why, just said I couldn't go out alone for a while. Years later, as a teenager, I was flipping through a book about demons, sort of just killing time, and came across the name Valak. The description was basically a kid with wings who rides a 2-headed dragon. That image stuck with me, made my skin crawl, honestly. I guess my mom knew the name already, because she was big on her Bible studies and stuff. There's another smaller thing that's been happening for years. A ghost, I think, is attached to this old teddy bear I've had forever. He's friendly, but never messes with anything new. He used to flick the old light switches, skip songs on my cheap MP3 player when I was upset, but after I got an iPod, he left it alone completely. He still messes with my record player sometimes, even though it's a little newer, but maybe record players just feel more like his time. He'll knock the landline phones off their cradles, but never touches the cell phones, and always topples hardback books, never the new paperbacks. It's like he's got some rule against touching stuff that's too new, and I don't really get it. Finally, there's something my grandfather once told me. He was a test pilot back in the day, but he's always been practical. He lived in a little stone cottage on a vineyard for a while. It had one room upstairs, one down, and you had to use separate doors to get between them, no stairs inside. One night, he tried to stay over, thought he'd just sleep in the downstairs room. Sometime after midnight, he heard footsteps pacing above him. Thought maybe someone had broken in, so he grabbed his pistol. Suddenly, this shrieking laughter burst out overhead, like out of an old horror movie, way too loud to be human. He sat there, gun in hand, but couldn't move. He said the sound seemed to go on for hours, stopping only when the rooster out by the barn crowed, or maybe it was just when the sun started coming up. He left before dark after that, and never spent a night there again. Those are just a handful of the strange things that have happened to me and in my family. Some of them still don't make sense, and others just hang around in the back of my mind, waiting for another explanation. A cloud of mist floated right in the middle of my mom's bedroom, almost like a ball of fog just hanging there. That's not the only strange thing that's happened to us in this apartment, but it's the one that keeps coming back to me whenever I think about the place. I'm Mia, and I'm 22 now. My mom's 54. Both of us have always been sort of open to the spirit world. I've felt some kind of energy around since I was a kid. It isn't scary, but it's not warm either. It's somewhere in the middle, like a presence that's been tagging along with us for as long as I can remember. I know it isn't my dad or anyone we know. Let me start with the things happening lately. A few days ago, I mentioned some of the weird stuff going on in our apartment. This story is mostly my mom's experience, but I'm part of it too. You probably expect the little stuff, odd noises, footsteps, something shifting in another room. But the bigger things really stick out, like the mist. My mom was asleep one night in her room, which is down the long hall at the far end of the flat. She's had this odd habit since she was a kid. She wakes up every night at about 3 in the morning. One night, she woke up and saw this big cloud of mist, a ball of fog, just floating there. She says she stared at it for what felt like 2 minutes, blinking, totally awake, but it didn't move or fade. It just hung there, still and silent. That's never happened again, but we never figured out what it was. Then there are what we call the "I'm home" events. I'll be in my room and hear the front door open, keys jingling, footsteps, sometimes even a soft "hello," like someone sitting down on the couch. It happened 3 times in just the last bit of the afternoon. The first time, it was so clear I grabbed a mop, couldn't find the bat, and yelled for my mom. I opened my door, and there was just silence. The hallway was empty. Nothing moved. Sometimes my mom hears me come in when I haven't even left my room, or we hear little snatches of each other's voices when nobody's around. We're sort of used to it, even if it throws us off. When we moved in, the noises were tiny and random, but after a few months, they kept happening. So Mom and I wanted to try automatic writing. I don't know if I get it right, but here's what we do. I sit with my notebook and a pen. Mom sits across from me, and she asks questions. Anything from names to yes or no stuff. I try to clear my mind. We always picture a white light for protection, and I let my hand write whatever comes. Usually it's just lines or nonsense, but there's one name that kept showing up. Edwin. This was the weird part. Mom had never told me, but when she was younger, she used to use a Ouija board all the time, and she'd always get the name Edwin. When she saw me write it, she looked kind of shocked and pale. There's no way I could have known. I remember thinking that was about as close to proof as we'd ever get. That night, my mom said she had a strange dream. She couldn't tell if she was awake or not, but she saw a man. She couldn't really remember his face, though. Just the way he stood stuck with her the next morning. A couple nights later, I was about to drift off when I felt this urge to grab my sketchbook. I never draw faces, not really, but this time it was almost like someone was urging me to. So I sketched, quick, rough, and the next day I showed my mom. She recognized the face right away. She said it was the man from her dream. I know it sounds made up, but I'd never seen the guy before, and neither of us could explain it. Things kept happening, but nothing really changed until we picked up on another presence. This one felt female. It was almost like she got jealous because we were talking to Edwin and not her. We tried automatic writing again and got the name Edwina. After that, we weren't sure what was going on. Was it two spirits? One spirit with two names? Or maybe one copying the other? We couldn't figure it out, and things just kept happening. No more, no less, just the same as before. Even now, as I'm writing this, my stereo just switched on, played a few odd notes, and turned right back off. It's like they're still around, just making sure we don't forget. Mom and I have learned to live with Edwin and Edwina. There are others too, honestly. The sound of the door handle turning made me freeze, the fork still in my hand. I stared at the shadow behind it, waiting for something to appear, but nothing came through. Back then, I had no explanation, at least nothing that settled the feeling that something was wrong. Growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, I was always told that anything paranormal was linked to demons or some kind of spiritual force. I'm not part of that religion anymore, but I can't pretend those teachings just vanished. There's this old fear that sticks with me, no matter how much I try to ignore it. At the same time, it's made me more curious about this stuff than I'd probably admit. I was scared, but also, I wanted to know more. After I left the religion, I swung hard in the other direction and called myself an atheist. I figured the physical world was all there was, and anything beyond that was just people making things up. Maybe tricks of the mind, or just the way people want to believe their own stories. All of that made sense to me, mainly because nothing had ever happened to me that I couldn't explain. Well, until I was about 14. That morning, I woke up earlier than usual and went into the living room. I made myself a bowl of instant noodles, not even the good kind, and sat down to watch some old comedy show reruns. I'd been there for maybe half an hour when I heard a gentle rustling sound from near the door at the far end of the room. I ignored it at first. The air conditioner was running, so I figured maybe it was just blowing a plastic bag or something on the floor. But then, the door gave a little shake. I stared at it. The handle started to turn. Not fast or anything, the opposite really. It moved, almost cautious, while I just sat there, gripping my fork, not making a sound. The door opened, taking several seconds, like someone was trying not to get noticed. The room behind it was, and no one or nothing came through. I couldn't make myself move. I sat like that, watching the empty doorway, for what felt like forever. My noodles went cold. For years, I told myself maybe it was just a weird dream. Maybe I wasn't all the way awake. Maybe I did wake up, I'm sure of it. The explanation never fit quite right. A few years later, when I started college, I met someone who changed everything for me. I'd been pretty hopeless at dating. First year, I asked out a handful of people and got shot down every single time. So I stopped trying. Then I met this quiet, funny girl in one of my art classes. Let's call her Jenna. She was shy at first, but once she let her guard down, she was the easiest person to talk to. We started hanging out a lot, and it turned into something serious before I even realized it. One evening, Jenna told me she saw things sometimes, things other people couldn't. She described seeing glowing lights drifting through rooms, shadowy shapes in doorways, and sometimes even full human figures that disappeared if she looked straight at them. One time, she said she saw a pale creature moving on all fours across her bedroom floor when she was a kid. I didn't know what to make of it. Some part of me wanted to believe she just had a vivid imagination. Another part of me remembered that door handle moving, and I didn't have any answers. One summer, I stayed a few nights at her dad's place. Jenna and I would stay up late, watching movies or playing cards until we couldn't keep our eyes open. On the fourth night, she mentioned there was an old Ouija board in the upstairs closet. My curiosity kicked in right away, and I asked if she'd bring it down. She agreed, but told me she wouldn't touch it herself. She believed that trying to use the board could attract something bad, especially if you were sensitive to that kind of thing. I didn't really believe, but I also didn't want to look like I was backing out. So, she said I could use it alone. I should have stopped, but I didn't. I put my fingers on the planchette and asked, "Is anyone here with us?" For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, I felt this tingling go up from my wrist to my elbow. The planchette started moving, careful, like it was gliding on top of water. It slid over to yes. The instant it stopped, I said goodbye, moved my hands off, and didn't touch it again. The next night, Jenna and I were on the couch together, kissing. Out of nowhere, a man's voice came from the hallway. Just one word. No. Level, not angry, just solid and clear. We both jerked away at the same time. Jenna's eyes went wide. She said, "Did you hear that?" I told her yes. There was no TV on. Her dad was asleep way at the other end of the house. We were the only two there. I tried to reassure her, but honestly, I was kind of shaken. I touched her cheek, said we were together in this, whatever it was. About a minute later, something hit the back of the couch. It wasn't gentle. Felt like someone had slammed their hands on it from behind, hard enough that the whole couch shook. Jenna leapt away before I could even process what was happening. We spun around, but there was nothing there. Later, Jenna told me she'd seen weird stuff her whole life, but never heard a voice speak right to her. That stuck with me. I still think about whether bringing out that board let something into the house, something that wanted us to stay apart. Some nights in my house are quieter than others, and sometimes that silence feels almost expectant. It was during one of those nights, standing in the bathroom, that I noticed the light acting strange, flickering, then slowly dimming, almost like it was listening. I grew up Christian, but over time I started questioning a lot of what I believed. I've slowly deconstructed my faith, and one of the hardest things for me has been not knowing what happens after we die. A while back, videos from a few mediums started appearing on my social media feed. I didn't go looking for them, but they caught my attention and made me wonder whether the people we love might still find ways to reach us. My grandfather passed away nearly 18 years ago, about 2 years after my grandmother. I was incredibly close to both of them, but my grandmother was my safe place. She helped raise me, and for most of my childhood, she was the person I trusted more than anyone. That's why it has always seemed strange that whenever I dream about one of them, it's my grandfather. The dreams have never been frightening. In one of them, I saw him sitting in his old recliner at home, looking peaceful and completely at ease. I remember waking up with the feeling that he was telling me, "I'm okay. Everything is all right." Still, I always wondered why my grandmother never appeared. Over the past few months, I started trying to connect with them in my own small way. Whenever they crossed my mind and I was alone, I would speak out loud. I'd tell them that I missed them, that I loved them, or that I hoped they were together. Then a few odd things began happening around the house. One evening, my little girl's musical toy started playing by itself. It could have been a stuck button or maybe the battery dying, so I tried not to read too much into it. But then I had a dream that felt different from the others. In the dream, my grandfather seemed weak, almost as though he were ill again. He told me that when it was time for him to leave, he wanted me to be there with him. I told him I would. There was also this strange tension in the dream. He seemed upset with my mother, though I couldn't figure out why. She had been at the hospital when he died. I hadn't been there. I was at home with my younger brother. The dream stayed with me, but after a couple weeks, I pushed it to the back of my mind. Then, one night, I went into the bathroom and switched on the light. It flickered several times, which was weird, but I didn't think much of it at first. As I stood there, I realized I hadn't spoken to my grandparents in a while. I don't know how to explain it. Something just came over me, and I started talking to my grandfather out loud. I said, "Grandpa, I love you. I miss you. But if you're still holding on for some reason, you don't have to. It's okay to go. Grandma is waiting for you." The moment I finished speaking, the light dimmed until it was barely glowing. I completely froze. It wasn't a quick flicker. The room slowly became darker, almost as though the light itself was fading away. For some time, I'd carried this odd feeling that my grandfather might still be lingering nearby, as though part of him felt responsible for watching over me. Standing there in that dim bathroom, actually, I guess it was more like a weird orange glow than anything, I wondered if he had just needed permission to let go. Once I managed to move, I rushed toward the switch and turned it off. But the light stayed on. I flipped the switch again and again until eventually the bulb flickered and came back to normal. Then I switched it off and stood there for a long minute, trying to understand what had just happened. I know how strange this sounds, but I stood in the bathroom doorway and said goodbye to both of my grandparents. And suddenly, a memory came rushing back. The last time I visited my grandfather in the hospital, I walked out of his room without telling him I loved him. I thought there would be another visit. I thought I had more time. He passed away that night. I have regretted that moment for years. Maybe the light was just faulty. Maybe there's a regular explanation for everything that happened. But part of me wonders whether that night was my chance to finally say the words I never got to say. Maybe it was my chance to tell him I loved him. And maybe, after all these years, it was his chance to say goodbye too. The echo of a baby's cry filled the empty church, sending chills down my spine. That kind of sound gets into your head, makes you second guess what you thought was real. My husband and I used to clean this huge old church on the edge of town, late at night after our other cleaning job. We never saw another car in the lot when we pulled in around 8:30. With the last bit of daylight gone, the whole place would sit there quiet, unsettlingly quiet. The kind of silence where even your own footsteps sound too loud. The first month was almost relaxing in a weird way. We'd mop the green-tiled hallways, vacuum the sanctuary, empty trash cans, restock the bathrooms. My husband would play music from his phone, and we'd talk about work or try to distract each other from our worries. Sometimes he'd lean in for a kiss in the dumbwaiter alcove before we both laughed and got back to work. Then, one night, something changed while we were cleaning the kitchen. A baby started crying, loud and close, like it was right in the next room, not muffled or faint. Both of us heard it, clear as anything. The sound was coming from the sanctuary, which I was pretty sure we'd already finished and left empty. We just stared at each other. Then we walked down the hall, and every step echoed that weird way, you know? My husband opened the sanctuary door. The crying cut off, just gone. The sanctuary was pitch dark, nothing moving between the rows of chairs, no one hiding. We waited, but nothing else happened. He finally said, "Let's finish up and get out of here." After that, the church just didn't feel empty anymore. We'd hear heavy doors slam somewhere deeper in the building, even though we'd already closed everything. Sometimes, right after mopping the fellowship hall, footsteps would start up behind us. But when we checked, there'd never be anyone there. Or nothing we could see anyway. One night we arrived late, almost 10. The church had 3 floors, a basement, weird long corridors, and a stairwell up to the roof. Our supply closet was near a door that led to the attic and storage area. That door was always locked. That night it stood wide open. We both stopped. There was no reason it should be, and I suddenly realized I was holding my bag tighter. My husband quietly drew his handgun, which he kept locked up and legal for jobs like this. He called up the stairs. "Is anybody up there? Please answer. We're armed and we don't want anyone getting hurt." No answer. Just silence. We waited, then climbed up, calling out, checking every corner. The attic was bigger than I remembered, stuffed with old metal folding chairs, fake trees, dusty boxes, faded Halloween decor. Then we spotted another staircase to the roof. The roof door was wide open too. Outside, a thin layer of fresh snow covered the roof. There were small footprints in the snow, way smaller than mine or my husband's. They went in a straight line across the roof and stopped at the edge. No tracks leading back. We walked over and looked down. No one. The snow below the edge hadn't been touched, nothing disturbed. It took us both a minute to get our heads back together and finish cleaning. We needed the job too much to just walk out. Another night, we noticed the lights on in the church daycare. We'd been told to leave that area alone, and the lights had always been off before. They weren't the type that come on automatically. Someone had to flip them. We went in to check, looked behind those tiny tables, inside the cubbies, even peeked in the little classrooms. Nothing was out of place, nothing missing. We turned the lights off, closed the glass doors, finished up in the nearby offices. A while later we were talking, probably about some hiking spot one of us wanted to try that weekend, when this laughter started from the daycare. It was mixed up with crying, like someone was laughing and sobbing at the same time, muffled and strange enough to make my skin prickle. We both stopped, looked at each other. My husband's face, he was thinking the same thing as me. Why us? We stepped into the hall. The daycare lights were still off, doors closed, but the sound didn't stop until we were right up at the doors. This time, we didn't go in. We'd already searched and found no one to help. Whatever was in there wasn't for us to deal with. There was also the man at the window. After one late night, as we were backing out in our old blue sedan, I happened to glance up. There, looking down from one of the big sanctuary windows, a man was just standing there, watching us. Not waving, not knocking, just staring. I told my husband. He looked, same thing, the man didn't move. We drove off as quick as we could. That really got to us. That building had so many places to hide. Classrooms, storage, those endless halls. If he'd been inside when we left, how long was he there? Had he watched us the whole night? The next evening, we tried going in earlier, while the sun was still up. The place didn't feel so threatening then, but by the time we finished, it was dark again. That night, as we left, there was a silver sedan a few spaces over. Someone sat inside, engine off. We couldn't see the person clearly, and I still don't know if it was the window man. The moment we started for our car, the sedan's engine roared to life, headlights on. It pulled away, but instead of leaving, it parked at the lot's entrance, just idling at the top of the hill. When we left, it pulled out behind us. We turned down a side street, it followed. Another block, still right there. I kept thinking, who is this? What do they want? We didn't dare go home, so my husband turned toward the police station. A few blocks later, the sedan finally veered off. After that, Whatever was going on at the church felt less safe. It wasn't just weird noises anymore. This was real, and we didn't want any part of it. We told someone who worked at the church about everything: the crying, footsteps, open doors, the man in the window. We weren't blaming anyone, we just wanted them to know. Maybe they'd check the security cameras or explain some of it. The next day, our supervisor called. The church no longer wanted us for cleaning. That was it. No questions, no follow-up, nothing. We just looked at each other, and then, weirdly, we both started laughing. Not because it was funny. We were just so tired, like one more weird ending had landed in our laps. I can't explain what happened in that church. Maybe some of it was ordinary, maybe all of it. We never claimed it was haunted, and we never found out who the men were. We only know what happened to us. Every night we cleaned that place, thinking it was empty. By the end, neither of us was sure we'd ever been alone in there. That swing, creaking at the far end of the park after dark, never sat right with me. I can still picture how it started moving on its own, while everything else around stayed perfectly still. This was back in 2003, after my family moved into a company-owned colony when my dad switched jobs. It was one of those neighborhoods where everyone knew everyone, probably because most of the adults worked together at the same factory. Kids were everywhere, so there was always someone to play with. Just past our row of beige houses, there was a big rectangular park. In the middle, there was an open field with a few old trees clustered along the edges and a pair of metal swings at the far end. The swings had peeling green paint, and in the daytime, the place was crowded. But once the sun dipped, especially near those swings, it got weirdly empty. I never liked walking by there at night. Older kids told stories about the land, saying a village had once been there. Apparently, when the factory went up, they knocked down some houses and disturbed old burial grounds. People whispered that the spirits of the village's residents still wandered the colony. I thought all that was just another version of those graveyard under the schoolyard stories every neighborhood seems to have. I never really believed it. Then, one summer night, something happened that stuck with me. It was about 9:30 after dinner, so the streets weren't totally empty. A couple porch lights were on, TVs were playing inside, and you could hear faint laughter if you listened closely. As I coasted past the park, a bunch of stray dogs started howling, all at once. Every single one of them was staring toward the dark end of the park, right by those swings. I figured maybe they'd spotted a cat or something, so I slowed down and peeked through the fence. Nothing. The field looked deserted. I should have turned around then, but I didn't. I kept pedaling along the edge of the park. Reaching the far corner, just by the swings, everything around me suddenly felt off. The dogs had stopped making any noise, and even the air seemed colder. The temperature dropped in a way that wasn't normal for summer. It was like I'd stepped right into a walk-in freezer, but only in that small patch near the swings. A hard gust of wind came at me, almost shoving my bike sideways. I put my foot down, trying to get my balance. That's when I noticed one swing was moving. The other swing was completely still, but this one was gliding back and forth, slow and heavy, not like the breeze could be doing it. It was swinging the way it does when someone is sitting on it. I stared, just trying to make sense of what I was seeing. After a second, I started to make out a shape. There was something sitting right there. It looked like a person, maybe, only darker than anything else around, even the shadows. I couldn't pick out any clothes, no skin or face. The head was tilted almost painfully to one side. It was close, just a few meters from me. I panicked and started pedaling hard. As I passed the swings, I swear something turned to watch me. I didn't see a face, but I felt its attention, like pressure all down my back. I couldn't help myself. I looked over my shoulder. Now the swing was empty. The figure was standing next to it. It was tall, sort of crooked, and black as pitch. Where its face should have been, there was just an uneven blotch of darkness, and I knew it was looking straight at me. I pedaled like crazy, straight for the road toward the neighborhood market. That street had brighter lights, so I was sure the fear would fade once I hit it, but the feeling followed me. The air seemed thick, like it was weighing on my chest. For a few seconds, I thought something was right behind me, maybe even riding on the back of my bike. I finally reached the brightly lit main road. My house wasn't far. I remember thinking, I'm safe now. Then everything went black. My bike jerked and I crashed, scraping along the concrete. My sight came back after a few seconds. There was nobody around, and that crushing pressure in the air was just gone. That was the first time I met what I started calling the woman from the abandoned houses. After that, I told some of the kids about what I'd seen. Instead of laughing, they got weirdly serious. We started asking around, trying to learn more about the colony's past. One of the older boys eventually found a faded newspaper clipping. It told about a woman, newly married, who died by suicide in one of the employee housing blocks years before any of us had moved in. The building was still standing, but nobody lived there anymore. We decided to go check it out. That block was about 15 minutes away by bike. It was a cluster of 6 small flats, 3 on each side of a narrow corridor. We found it late one morning. The walls were a dirty yellow, cracked in places, with weeds forcing through the pavement. Dust covered every window. Out back, a big banyan tree spread its roots, just where the newspaper report had mentioned. Even in daylight, the whole place felt wrong. We found the flat where the woman had lived. Beside the door, there was a skinny window made of cloudy glass. As we walked up, I thought I saw someone standing behind the pane. But the figure just stood there, facing us, not moving. Before we could push open the gate, a neighbor across the street shouted at us to leave. He sounded angry. We bolted. He had already called my parents, who were waiting at home with a long lecture and a strict order not to go near that building again. You'd think that would stop me, but I couldn't shake the memory of that shape behind the glass. That evening, I convinced my younger brother and 2 older boys from the next block, Mitchell and Bennett, to come back with me. We waited until a little after 7, when it was already dark out. This time, the flats looked a lot less abandoned, more like somewhere you just shouldn't be. We left our bikes propped by the gate and crept inside. As soon as I stepped into the corridor, I glanced toward the cloudy window. The figure was still there. Someone was standing behind the glass, staring out at us. Except now there was no sunlight. No light at all, actually. The building was pitch dark, and there weren't any lamps inside. There shouldn't have been enough light for a shadow. Mitchell said we ought to check through the peephole. We walked up. I pressed my face to the door. Inside, it was just darkness. The place looked empty, and the old padlock on the door was rusted shut. Probably hadn't been opened in years. Then something hammered on the other side. The door shuddered in its frame, and then it got slammed again, hard enough that dust drifted down from the wall. Again. 3 times. It sounded like someone trying to break their way out. We stumbled back. At that same moment, the door of the flat directly across the corridor swung open by itself. No one touched it. None of us hung around to see what might come out. My brother jumped on Bennett's bike, and with Mitchell right behind, they took off. I scrambled onto my own, fumbling with the handlebars, and followed. A little down the road, I heard footsteps. Fast, uneven, slapping the road in a way that didn't sound right, more like something jerky and offbeat. I risked a glance over my shoulder. That same black figure from the swings was chasing me. It didn't move like a person. Its limbs stretched and jerked forward, but it was gaining on me. I pedaled until my legs burned, trying to make it to the bright lights near the market. The shops were maybe 100 meters away when my bike chain snapped, just popped right off, spinning uselessly. I lost my balance and crashed to the ground. When I looked up, the figure was closing in. I left the bike and ran toward the shops, yelling for help. A group of men outside a little barber shop saw me and rushed over. The second they reached me, the weird pressure in the air lifted. The figure was gone. One of the men helped me get the chain back on, just enough to walk the bike home. My brother and the others were already back by the time I got there, shaken, but okay. I told them what I'd seen. Nobody doubted me. After that, we all swore never to go near those flats after sunset. We kept that promise. Even now, if I hear an empty swing creaking, I think of that figure standing beneath the trees, just watching. Almost like it's waiting for someone to come looking again. I've always thought of my bedroom as a safe place, where nothing could really go wrong. That's why I wasn't prepared for what started happening late last month. Something that kept coming back, night after night, until I wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't. It began with sleep paralysis. For about 3 weeks, almost every night, I'd have the same kind of experience. Each time, something would come into my room pretending to be my mother. It looked like her, sounded like her, and acted just close enough that I wanted to believe it was her. Only the moment I noticed anything off, things would get terrifying. The first night, I heard 3 knocks on my door. Then I heard my mother's voice, asking if she could come in. I'd just come out of a bad lucid dream, so honestly, I thought I was awake. I told her yes, she could come inside. I was up, pretty drained, and when she sat beside my bed, I asked her for a hug. She wrapped her arms around me and kissed my forehead. She even did it more than once, which actually made me for a second. Then she asked if I'd kiss her back. At first, it was comforting. Then her grip tightened up. She squeezed me so hard I couldn't breathe. My chest was stuck under her arms, like I was trapped. That's when it hit me. Whatever was holding me, it wasn't my mother. After I managed to wake up, I lay there wondering if I'd somehow invited it in by giving it permission to enter. It reminded me of those old stories where a thing can't cross a doorway unless you let it in. The second night, I got lucid almost right away. This time, I pretended I believed it was really my mom. I kept my face calm and tried to act normal, hoping it wouldn't catch on. We were standing over by my dresser in the far corner. It talked to me in this voice, told me it wanted to remove my hands and arms. I still hear that voice, clear and gentle, saying something so messed up like it was nothing. That was actually worse than if it had shouted. Somehow I managed to force myself awake before it figured out I was faking. The third night started out like some normal memory from when I was maybe 9, or, wait, no, I think I was 10. I was sitting next to my mom, showing her this old video game I loved. She listened and smiled, like she always did when I got excited. I leaned into her shoulder. For a while, it felt safe and real. Then I realized I was dreaming, and everything went cold. Her hands closed around my throat. On the fourth night, I decided I wouldn't open my eyes at all. I figured if I refused to look, maybe it wouldn't get me. But as I started to drift out of the dream, sort of halfway to waking up, I heard laughter right next to my bed. It wasn't my mom's voice at all. It was low, rough, definitely a man's laugh. I could feel this heavy presence pressing down over my whole body, almost like being pinned under a thick blanket that I couldn't move. Even as I came back to real life, that pressure stuck around, fading away just a bit at a time. When I finally woke all the way up, I almost started crying. The next morning, I told my mom everything. She felt awful for me, but then she mentioned something I'd never heard before. Back in college, she'd had something pretty similar happen. She never saw anyone, but she'd hear laughter and feel a presence over her, and in her dreams, it would try to pull her out of bed or take over her body. This went on for a few months. She said it finally stopped when she began telling the presence to leave in the name of Jesus. So on the 5th night, I did what she said. The second I felt something coming into the room, I said, in my mind, anything evil in this place must leave in the name of Jesus, and it may never return. After that, it never came back. I haven't seen it since. I've had sleep paralysis before, but this was different. It was sharper somehow, heavier, like there was something thinking behind it, watching me and changing what it did whenever I became aware. I still don't know what that was. Maybe it was just a super vivid sleep paralysis episode. Maybe my mind made a copy of my mom out of old memories. Or maybe it was something I can't explain. All I know is, for those 5 nights, it felt as real as anything else. The TV kept turning on by itself at almost exactly 3 a.m., never any other time. That and the weird low growls in the hallway made me start paying attention, even when I wanted to just write it off as the house creaking. So the first thing that really shook me up was those growls. Not like a regular dog, not even like a coyote or raccoon, but these low, almost rumbling growls that made my skin crawl. I always figure if I hear something like that, it's got to be a warning. Something I can't see but maybe shouldn't mess with. Nothing ever happened after the growls, though, and I'm still not sure if it was something demonic or just this old house making strange noises. The first time it happened, I got so freaked out I went straight downstairs and told my mom. She gave me this look and asked if I'd been playing around with a Ouija board. I mean, really? No way I'd mess with something like that, especially after hearing those sounds. Then there was the TV. It's this clunky old TV, beige, with those push-button controls. But the thing is, it only ever turned itself on at 3 a.m., not any random time. I guess you could call it a glitch, but the timing? That just felt too exact for it to be a normal technical issue. The scariest moment, though, came one summer when I was about 15 or 16, staying at my grandma and aunt's place. I was sleeping on their navy blue living room sofa. It was early, maybe a bit before sunrise. I want to say around 5 a.m., but it might have been closer to 4:30 now that I think about it. My grandma and aunt left for work together, and I was half awake, listening to the echo of the front door closing behind them. The only other sound was their little dog, Kiki, a tiny cream-colored chihuahua, curled up right behind my left arm. And then I slipped into sleep paralysis. It's this thing where you're awake in your own head, but you can't move your body. Not at all. While I was lying there, stuck, I heard the door open again, but I couldn't see it from the couch. It was just down the short hallway, out of sight. I figured maybe my grandma or aunt had forgotten something. I tried to call out, but no sound came out at all. That's when the voice started up. It wasn't either of them. This was a high-pitched man's voice, fast, almost buzzing, like someone who's in a real hurry. I didn't catch every word, but the one thing I heard clear was, I'm coming to get you. Here I come." It just repeated that over and over, like it was trying to scare me on purpose. Then I started hearing slow, heavy footsteps, not running, just steady, coming in from the hallway toward the living room. I still couldn't see anything, but the footsteps got louder until they were right next to the end of the couch, near my head. That voice whispered, "Here I am," and then started rattling off more words, so fast I couldn't even follow. I tried to move, to break out of it, wiggling my toes like you're supposed to, but nothing worked. The only thing I could feel was Kiki pressed against my side. I remember thinking, if I can just get her attention, maybe I'll snap out of this. I whispered her name, so quiet I wasn't sure it even came out. But she lifted her little head, ears up, and that small movement broke the whole thing. I sat up immediately, staring at the patch of air where that voice had been. I pulled Kiki up in my arms and hugged her. She really did save me that time. Sadly, Kiki passed away this year. She was pretty old and had a lot of health problems right at the end, but she was just the sweetest dog. I still picture her as a clumsy puppy, running into the corners of furniture. On a lighter note, the weirdest sleep paralysis I ever had was more funny than scary. I open my eyes, can't move, and there's this, it's a floating, glowing head. Not just any head, actually. It was Harry Potter's face, just right there hovering in front of me. I wasn't really in the mood to fight nightmares, so I kind of whispered, "How many monsters will there be?" Just needed to know what I was in for. Harry looks back at me and says, "Many." I thanked him, shut my eyes, got ready for a whole crowd of nightmares. But there was just one, a demon girl chasing me around. So, Harry lied, but honestly, it was almost comforting to have him there for a second. That's pretty much it. Growls in the hallway, voices during sleep paralysis, a little dog that saved me, and a floating Harry Potter head that didn't tell the truth. Nighttime gets weird for me, and sometimes, even a small dog can pull you out of something terrifying. The day always felt welcoming in that house, and my mom had her way of making even the dullest afternoon feel warm. Once the sun slipped down and the quiet settled, I started to notice things I couldn't explain. It's been 8 months since my mother died. She took her own life, and even though it's hard for me to say, I kind of saw it coming. I don't mean I knew the exact day, just that it felt like something might happen eventually. She was only 44. What's even harder is her identical twin sister did the same thing about 10 years before. That shadow just hung over us. Both my mom and her sister dealt with mental illness, plus these seizures the doctors called psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. They didn't just look alike, they had the same struggles, almost perfectly mirrored. The night my aunt died in 2009 is still sharp for me. The night before, I had a nightmare that left this strange weight on my chest, like something was off. I couldn't have explained it, but I felt like my aunt was reaching out. She was 2 hours away and in a bad place, admitted to the hospital because she was suicidal. The hospital staff were taking her seriously, but we honestly couldn't afford to drive there. After she passed, things got weird for me. That night, after another nightmare, full of the tension that always pulsed between my aunt and my mom, I got up quietly, not wanting to wake anyone else. I padded out to the bathroom for a glass of water, leaving the lights off and using my phone's glow to see. Down the hallway, I saw someone standing there. My first thought was that it was my mom, since she sometimes wandered the hall at night when she couldn't sleep. But it wasn't her. I knew it couldn't be my dad either, since his steady snoring was coming from the next room. So I flicked on the hallway light, expecting to catch someone, but the figure was just gone. No shadow left, no shape hiding anywhere. Only that faint light leaking in from the patio door. We lived on the 3rd floor of a locked-up apartment building, so nobody could have come in from outside. I tried to shrug it off as sleepiness or an overactive imagination. After that, it wasn't just that one thing. My things would disappear and show up in weird places, like my keys ending up on top of the fridge, or my headphones stuffed in a shoe. I kept telling myself it was just me being forgetful, but the weirdness faded after I moved out. In the months before my mom died, my dreams got wild. I mean, every other night was a vivid, unsettling dream about her, or even my dad being in danger. I was living across the country back then, and I used to worry that if something happened to them, I wouldn't be around. Only child problems, I guess. The dreams picked up fast right before she died, sometimes showing her ending her life, sometimes my dad having a heart attack. I wanted to call home more, check in, but I was working full-time at this retirement center, and after those shifts, I'd just collapse and barely talk to anyone. When the day came, I woke from a nightmare that felt way too real. I got ready for work and stood in the bathroom, thinking I'd call her during my break. That's when I heard 3 sharp knocks, loud and solid, like they came from behind me and rattled down my whole back. In my family, there's an old belief that 3 knocks means someone you know has passed away. I tried to dismiss it, thinking maybe it was about one of the residents at my job, since a few of them were really sick. But that feeling just wouldn't leave. I put on my headphones and walked to work, letting music from an old playlist my mom and I loved fill my ears. It was like she was beside me for those few minutes. On my break, I went back home and my dad called. Every time he called, I'd tense up because I never knew what news he was about to give. He'd called before with updates when my mom was in the psych ward, or if something bad happened. But this time, the call was different. It's all fuzzy now, but I remember my dad crying on the phone. He doesn't do that. And my cousin, who's usually pretty closed off, gave me this awkward hug. I think I forced it more than anything. I booked a last-minute flight back to my parents' province with my aunt and my cat. I quit my job. Just couldn't leave Dad by himself. I stayed with a friend at first, not ready to be in my mom's house. About a week after, that same strange thing happened again. I woke up from another nightmare, got up to use the bathroom, and there it was. A shadowy figure, darker than the hallway, just standing there. No clear shape, but I knew it wasn't my friend sleeping down the hall. I turned on my phone's flashlight, but as soon as I did, the figure vanished. I finished up and rushed back to bed, not even daring to look back. After my dad picked up my mom's ashes, something else odd happened. Her anklet, a little silver one that had belonged to my uncle before he passed, went missing. It was just gone. One evening, while we were having supper, I heard my mom's voice call my dad's name from her old bedroom, where we kept her ashes. It sounded like her voice during a seizure, soft, kind of trembling. The house was dead quiet. No TV, no radio, nothing open. We both just went silent, and then I heard it. I didn't ask my dad if he heard it too. I was already on edge, but I tried not to let it push me away. I kept visiting. A few months later, I moved in with my dad, taking the room that used to be my mom's. It was right next to the bathroom where she passed. At that point, my nightmares came back worse, and I started dreading bedtime or even just being in the house. Then my dad had heart failure. For a second, I thought I was going to lose him too. He's quick thinking though. He felt it coming, got into the house, hooked himself up to his CPAP in his room, and that kept him going long enough to call 911. I don't think I've ever felt more relief. While Dad was in the hospital, I started hearing things. Noises from my mom's bedroom and from the bathroom. The worst was the sound of her crying, late at night, coming from the bathroom. After a while, I also heard her call my name in that same seizure voice. I wasn't alone that time. My uncle was visiting, and he heard it too. That's one bit I keep replaying because I know I didn't imagine it. Nowadays, things still disappear and turn up in places that make no sense. My dad has had some of the same things happening to him. I honestly don't know what to think. But knowing my mom, the queen of teasing and pulling little pranks, I sort of feel like she's still around, finding ways to mess with me, just like she always did. Sometimes the ordinary setup of a small childhood bedroom can turn into the backdrop for real terror. It started like any other night, quiet, with nothing but the hum of the window fan in our little Louisiana trailer. Back when I was around 4 or 5, we lived in that old trailer, the kind you see on the edge of town with faded green siding and a front step that creaked. My bunk bed was kind of awkward. It didn't have a headboard, and it sat about a foot away from the wall, leaving this gap. One night, I was asleep, minding my own business, when something tapped me on the head. Not a soft touch either, a real knock, almost like someone thumping me with their knuckles. It woke me up immediately. It stung a little, kind of like the burn you get from when someone gives you a noogie. I sat up, rubbing my head where it hurt, and tried to see if anything was there. It was quiet, just the muffled whir of the fan. I looked around, but nothing seemed out of place. Eventually, I turned to look at the space between my bed and the wall, where the mattress didn't quite reach. That's when I saw it. A hand. But this hand was wrong. It was all rotted, the skin sagging and full of holes, and I could see bone through some parts. The fingers curled as it pulled back, disappearing under the bed frame. I could barely breathe. I didn't waste any time. I jumped out of bed and made sure to land on the far side, well away from that gap. I ran down the short hallway to my mom's bedroom door. She always locked it at night, so I started pounding on those old white doors, yelling for her. My voice kind of cracked. I think I started crying too. Every second I waited for her to open the door, I kept glancing back down the hall. I expected to see that hand, or whatever it belonged to, reaching for me, but nothing followed. After what felt like forever, my mom finally opened up. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was probably just me yelling, "There's something in my room!" She picked me up, I wouldn't let go of her neck, and took me back to my room even though I was shaking and begging to stay out. She turned on the light and checked all around, including under the bed, though I really didn't want her to. She told me it was just my imagination and that I needed to sleep. I refused to sleep in that room for weeks. Eventually, I didn't have a choice, had to go back. The fear stuck with me, even after. Then about 6 months later, something else happened. I'd started sleeping through most things again, but this night, I was yanked out of a dead sleep by this awful feeling. Not pain, just dread all over. I'm not easy to wake up, but that night, it felt... I sat up and looked around, feeling like something was wrong. In this little corner by my closet, I noticed something strange. It started as a fuzzy, buzzing shape, kind of like TV static. Not white snow, more gray with that crackling sound, almost like a broken radio. The static gathered together, and it started forming into a body, sprouting out arms that stretched towards my bed. I froze for a second. Then I jumped up and tore out of the room. I didn't even think. It was just instinct. I ran straight to my mom's locked door and started pounding, louder than before, sobbing hard. That static figure crept to my bedroom doorway. It poked its head out, disappeared, then came back, just staring at me with no face. Just that moving, shifting static for a body. It felt like it was staring right through me, like it wanted something, and I could almost hear the faint buzzing in my ears. It started moving toward me, not walking but sort of gliding, at first, then faster, almost like someone dragging something heavy across the floor. I screamed and banged on the door with everything I had. When it got right up close to my face, almost touching distance, I turned around, pressed my back against the door, and braced myself. That's when my mom flung the door open. I nearly fell backward into her, and at the same second, I saw the static thing just pop like a bubble. It vanished instantly. My mom tried to calm me down, told me it was just another nightmare. I know what I saw. For a long time after that, I'd get dizzy just lying in bed, and the nightmare stuck around. I was awake, running, screaming for help, and I remember the scratchy sound of that static thing. So no, I can't say it was just a bad dream. It's just something I hope nobody else has to go through. Sometimes at night, after everyone's gone to bed and the last light in the hallway fades, the house feels busy in its own quiet way. There are little footsteps, soft enough to be the wind, and sometimes I catch the scent of cocoa in the kitchen, even though nothing's baking. That's what it's like, living in my great-grandmother's house with my son and the stories he brought to life. My son was born in 2009, and from early on, he did the usual toddler things: talked, played, made a mess of his toys in the den. But around 2 years old, he started having these conversations with someone who wasn't there. It wasn't just mumbling or pretend play. He'd get this look of absolute delight and go, "Lily, sing it again." He sounded so sure she was right there with him, like he could see her as plain as day. One morning, after a long overnight shift, I came home dragging, just wanting to sit. My son was in his high chair eating his cereal. Those little round ones, I think he called them O's. Cartoons were on, and my dad was in the back room doing the crossword, probably. I was pouring myself some coffee when I heard my son chatting away, laughing and saying, "Lily, my mama is home. Tell her the song." That made me perk up. I asked, "What song, sweetheart?" And he just started singing "Jesus Loves Me," clear as any kid in Sunday school. Only I'd never sung that to him, and neither had my husband. Maybe his grandparents did? I was so tired I couldn't remember for sure. I sat with him, nodding along, half listening as he explained to Lily about the bubble guppies and answered questions she asked. It was cute, but there was something a little strange about it. So I asked him, "Who is Lily?" thinking it was a TV character or something. But he looked up and said, "No, Mama, my Lily is my friend. She's a grandma friend. I just love my Lily, and she loves me, and she loves you, and she loves my Meemaw the Great." That's what he calls my grandma. "And she loves my Shug." That's my mom. He was so matter-of-fact, like it didn't need explaining. A few days later, we were at my grandma's house for lunch, looking through old photo albums. My son climbed into my lap, flipping pages. Suddenly, he pointed right at a picture. His eyes went wide. "Mama, that's her. That's my Lily. Ain't she a pretty grandma?" I looked over, and it was my great-grandmother Elizabeth. Everyone called her Lizzie. I about dropped the album. I told my family right there what had been happening. My son explained that Lily told him stories, talked about her children, sang to him, and watched him play with his wooden train set. My grandma asked, "What songs does she sing?" He started singing "Jesus Loves Me" again, then a wobbly, toddler version of "She'll Be Coming Round the Mountain." No hesitation, just joy. I never sang those to him. Beatles songs mostly. "Yellow Submarine" was my go-to lullaby. The room was quiet after that, everyone just taking it in. And then my son piped up, "Mama, Lily loves all of us very much. She's a very proud grandma and is happy we live here with her. But she said you need to learn to cook better and make me a chocolate cake like Meemaw the Great." We couldn't help but burst out laughing. Grandma's chocolate cakes, layered and with her old metal mixing bowl, are the pride of our family. That recipe came from Lizzie herself. All these years later, we're still in Lizzie's house. Little things happen. Lights flick off if I forget, doors gently close, and sometimes I wake up and the heater's on, even though it's June. Once I found my son's favorite stuffed bear sitting on the kitchen counter with a napkin on its lap, and I still don't know who put it there. We're happy here. I really do think our Lily looks after us. If anything, it feels like she's just in the next room, humming along to old songs, waiting for someone to make another chocolate cake and sing with her grandson. Even now, I can still see those two giant white orbs floating silently above the houses, brighter than anything I'd ever seen. I was just a kid, sitting next to my brother on the curb, and the whole street was so quiet you could hear the leaves rustling overhead. This happened about 11 years back, out at my grandparents' place way out in the Nevada desert. I don't believe in ghosts or aliens or any of that stuff. Never have. But what happened that night? It stuck with me, and not just because it was weird. It was the kind of thing that makes you stop and wonder if you really know how the world works. So we'd been out front, just me and my brother, making up games because there wasn't much else to do. We got tired after a while and ended up flopped on the curb, talking about nothing in particular. My grandma was inside making her salad, which always smelled like too much celery, and the adults were all in the living room. There was this peaceful quiet. No cars, no voices except us, just that soft wind in the palms. I can't say exactly how long we just sat there before it happened. My brother jabbed a finger in the air saying, "Look!" Over the street, maybe 30, 40 feet up, there were two enormous white lights. Not like headlights or airplane lights. These were huge, round, glowing, just hovering there together, drifting slowly from left to right. I kept thinking I'd see wires or a balloon string or something, but there was nothing. Just the lights themselves, as if someone cut holes in the dark and filled them in with pure light. The strangest part was the quiet. I kept waiting for a helicopter sound, or even a buzz like from a drone, but there was nothing, just the wind. The lights moved together, slow and steady, and then they started to turn, separating a bit, almost like they were shifting to look straight at us. The brightness ramped up so fast it made me squint. I could see the houses, the little red mailbox across the street, but everything was washed out by that light, like someone turned up the contrast too high on a TV. We didn't move. I honestly can't remember if we even breathed. Maybe a minute passed, or maybe less, but it was long enough for my legs to go numb and my mind to start racing. I didn't dare look at my brother, but I could tell he was just as rattled. Then, just as the orbs tilted away and drifted off behind the rooftops, the light faded out, and you could see the regular desert darkness creep back in. I let out this awkward laugh, mostly because I didn't know what else to do. My brother looked at me, eyes wide, and, "If we could go inside now." I just nodded. We tried to tell our parents, but they brushed it off. My grandma came out, still holding her salad tongs, and peered around the driveway, but of course the lights were gone. She said maybe it was a helicopter from the hospital, but I know that sound. This was nothing like that. No chop-chop noise, no lights blinking or anything attached, just those orbs, moving on their own. I kept thinking later that maybe it was some kind of secret military thing. My uncle once joked about seeing weird stuff near Area 51, and we weren't that far from there. But thinking back, the size and how they moved just doesn't add up. It would have to be huge drones, but how would they keep them that quiet? And why over a place like my grandparents' neighborhood? I tried to look it up a few times online. People mentioned skinwalkers, but I guess, no, that wasn't what it felt like. None of the stories I found really matched. There was one video I watched later, around when I was 14. It showed two lights nearly identical to what we'd seen, gliding through the sky. I meant to save the link, but I must have closed the tab by mistake, and I could never find it again. That still bugs me. Anyway, that night and those lights, I don't think I'll ever really understand what we saw. Every so often I'll close my eyes and see them again, just hanging there in the quiet, as if they were waiting for us to react. It always makes me wonder, and then I have to get up and do something so I don't think about it too much. Rain had been falling outside for hours when the strange shapes first caught my attention, slipping across the corner of my vision. It felt like something was there, never quite in focus, but always moving just out of sight. blending in with the background when I tried to look directly at it. It started with things I thought were ghosts. At first, I would catch these strange shapes moving at the edge of my vision. Sometimes they looked like insects, birds, animals, or even people. Eventually, I stopped thinking of them as ghosts. They seemed more like creatures hiding in plain sight, blending so closely with ordinary life that most people would never notice them. I searched online for explanations. There were stories about shadow figures, light beings, dark entities, people who said they'd experienced the same thing. I also found medical explanations: eye floaters, muscle spasms, allergies, vitamin deficiencies, autoimmune things, and disorders that can make someone feel like invisible organisms are living on or inside their body. The medical descriptions matched a lot of my symptoms. I felt crawling sensations, tingling, pressure, soreness, swelling, and movement under my skin. To me, it felt as though invisible creatures were causing it. The website said to see a doctor, so eventually I did. I've never liked hospitals, but my family got worried and insisted I stay for observation. After several tests, the doctor said my vitamin B12 level was very low. They thought the deficiency could be affecting my senses and making me hear or see things that weren't there. I spent another week getting supplements. When I went home, I was told to eat more foods with B12 and stick to a better diet. I followed the instructions because I just wanted everything to get back to normal. But it didn't. The experiences became more intense. I began hearing voices even when nobody was nearby. Sometimes it sounded almost like birds chirping, except the noises seemed to form words and full sentences. At other times, I thought I saw people or cars vanish in front of me. I knew they weren't actually disappearing. It felt more like something was interfering with my vision, creating fake images between me and the world. I started imagining a clear, fluid-like sphere surrounding my body. It shimmered in the light, and I believed it was made from countless tiny creatures. Because they looked ghost-like and seemed to drain my health, I began calling them phantom parasites. That's the name I wrote in my notes. Every day I recorded what I saw and felt on my phone and in a couple notebooks. I wrote about their shapes, their movements, the sensations on my skin, and how they seemed to gather around people and animals. Sometimes I thought they could join up and form the shapes of insects or little rodents. Other times, it seemed as if they were controlling real insects. I couldn't prove any of this, but in those moments, it felt completely real. The strangest experiences involved light. I saw shadows bend, images flicker, and tiny black figures dash for the corners of my eyes. They seemed to follow wherever I looked. I also noticed that these figures moved through narrow spaces and around solid things like walls in ways I couldn't explain. I tried to find a scientific explanation and got interested in cold plasma. I wondered if some kind of unknown life could exist in a state like that, even though everything I read said it was pretty much impossible. One time, after building up static electricity, I touched my arm and saw a brief flash. For a few seconds, I thought I could see the creatures glowing before they disappeared again. I kept repeating this experiment, convinced that the shock was forcing them to let go of me. Looking back, I know exhaustion, fear, and expectation probably changed what I saw. At the time, though, it really felt like proof. Sleep got frightening too. During sleep paralysis, I felt like something was controlling my body. One night, while walking home just drained, I blinked and suddenly found myself much farther down the street than I remembered. I might have been half asleep or lost track of things, but the experience scared me. I started believing the phantom parasites were slowly possessing me. I even compared them to a kind of cancer, something feeding on people without killing them straight away. I'm not a doctor, and I know researching symptoms online can mess with your head and make things darker. Still, I couldn't stop searching. One phrase I found was ghost parasites. Seeing those words made everything feel more real, even though I couldn't find any real evidence that such things existed. Around then, I noticed changes in my body. My muscles seemed smaller, my skin looked red and puffy, and I felt sore for no clear reason. I started exercising, eating better, and taking the doctor's supplements. Some physical symptoms got better, but the strange sensations never really went away. I still don't know what happened to me. Part of me still thinks I ran into something hidden and dangerous. Another part wonders if my body and mind were just reacting to illness, stress, exhaustion, or fear. That uncertainty is the hardest part. I'm sharing this because keeping it inside made me feel even more alone. I've learned that I shouldn't face these things by myself. When something feels too real and starts to scare me or wreck my health, I need support from people I trust and from medical folks who are willing to listen. Until then, I'm trying to stay grounded, take care of my body, and remind myself that even if I'm afraid, I don't have to go through it alone. Everything seemed normal in that house by the tea estate. Evenings were quiet, just the sounds of insects and workers heading home. Nothing ever really happened, until the old man showed up at the bamboo gate that Thursday. Raman lived there with his wife, Melissa, and their 2 sons. The beggar who came that afternoon looked thin, almost fragile, with tangled gray hair and bare, muddy feet. He had an old blue cloth draped around him, and he just stood at the gate asking for food. Melissa wanted to help, but their family held to a village rule. On Thursdays, you don't give away rice or cooked food, no matter what. So they apologized and turned the old man away. He didn't argue or curse them. He just sat down quietly outside the gate for nearly an hour, watching their house like he was waiting for something. Then he finally got up, walked a little, turned, and smiled. That was it. Later, while Raman was closing the gate, he spotted 2 holes in the ground nearby. They were perfectly round and fresh, not like any animal burrows. The edges were smooth, as if someone had poked them with sticks, or maybe a finger. Raman filled them with dirt and forgot about it. That night, crashing noises came from the kitchen, metal plates rattling, cupboard doors banging open and shut, glass jars scraping across shelves. Raman looked everywhere and didn't see a thing. The next night, there were footsteps crossing the bamboo veranda, but if he opened the door, the noise stopped. Their old dog, a tan mutt named Chai, wouldn't go near the kitchen after dark. It'd just sit on the edge of the veranda facing the tea plants and let out low growls. The whole house started to feel different, like it was still theirs, but somehow crowded. Melissa went to make tea one evening. When she reached for the kettle, it lifted off the stove right in front of her, floated through the air, poured tea perfectly into a glass, then set itself back on the stove. She fainted before she could even yell. After that, the family all noticed things. Doors opening by themselves, utensils moving around, whispers coming from just outside the windows late at night. Sometimes it sounded like someone was right there, only the glass in between. Raman and his sons would take lanterns and check the yard, but found nothing, just neat rows of tea bushes and the dark. The younger son, Gabriel, thought everyone was overreacting. He'd stay up late to study. One night, around 2, he swore he heard footsteps circling behind his chair, slow, steady. He kept reading, telling himself it was nothing. But the steps stopped right behind him. Gabriel snapped. He shoved his chair back and yelled, "If you're really here, quit hiding!" Silence. When he finally looked, the room was empty. But there were 2 wet footprints on the floor, ending just behind his chair. He never studied after sunset again. Raman got the worst of it. He woke one night to see a long-haired figure lying beside Melissa. Thinking someone had broken in, he grabbed the axe by their bed. but as soon as he struck a match and lit the lantern, the figure vanished. Melissa kept sleeping. She'd been alone all along. Raman changed after that. He barely slept, muttered to the corners, and sometimes just stared, not finishing his sentences, like he was listening to someone only he could hear. One morning, he smashed every mirror in the house. Melissa asked why, and he said he kept seeing someone behind him in the reflection, never in the room itself. A few mornings later, before dawn, Raman walked into the tea garden. The mist was thick, almost hiding the rose. He saw something kneeling between the bushes. At first, he thought it was an injured worker, skin gray and damp. No, more like ashy. Raman called out, but it didn't move. When he stepped closer, it turned. It had no face, just smooth gray skin, and where its chest should be, a single, huge eye. The eye opened and blinked. That's all he remembered. The villagers found him collapsed in the tea bushes, burning with fever, muttering the same words. "It's still watching me." The elders said a bira, a wandering spirit, had come to their home. They called for a bez, a healer from another village. He showed up at sunset with a canvas bag and wooden staff. As soon as he crossed the gate, he pointed to the ground where the holes had been, though nobody told him about them, saying, "It came in through here." The ritual started after midnight. The bez scattered rice flour, mustard seeds, and dried leaves on the floor, lit an oil lamp. His chanting got louder, and the air inside grew, almost too thick to breathe. Suddenly, something ran barefoot across the roof, again and again, until the noise cut off. He asked for a live black rooster. Melissa fetched one from a neighbor. The bez gripped the bird and yelled, "Tell me who sent you." The rooster thrashed, wings flapping. Then it went limp. When it opened its beak, instead of a regular crow, a rough whisper came out. "I was sent." The rooster's neck twisted, and it died right there. "Nobody look outside, no matter what you hear," the bez warned. A scream echoed from deep in the garden, a sound that didn't belong to any animal. It dragged on, growing softer, then faded away. The bez stood listening. When it was over, he said quietly, "It has left." After that, the house went back to normal. No more footsteps, no more whispers. Utensils stayed put, and the dog would go near the kitchen again. Raman and his family lived there for years, but he was different. He lost much of his hearing. Up until he died, he always said that the eye in the tea garden never really stopped watching him. That house is still there. Kids play in the yard, and the morning mist covers the neat rows of tea bushes. Older villagers still won't talk about that Thursday. If anyone asks, they just shrug and say, "Some things don't force their way in. Sometimes you invite them." A suitcase shot out of our closet with no one near it. That was just one of the strange things that happened after Maya and I moved into that apartment. A few months ago, Maya and I moved into this old apartment complex, not realizing at first that it was built near what used to be a large cemetery. I was also going through a rough time personally. My dependence on benzos had gotten worse, and I was drinking on top of that. I was struggling a lot with anger and these disturbing thoughts. I was acting in ways I barely recognized. Eventually, I ended up in jail for a few days, and the withdrawal was brutal. I had seizures, hallucinations, sweating, shaking, that kind of thing. But while I was alone in that cell, I kept feeling like something was watching me. There was this figure I caught in the corner of my eye more than once, a tall, shadowy shape with what looked like horns. Whenever it would appear, I'd just start praying in Jesus' name. After a while, it would fade, and the room would settle down. After I got out, I met up with Maya, and she started telling me about weird stuff in the apartment while I was away. One night, she and her friend Delia were in our room, and this heavy suitcase fell out of the closet and slid partway across the floor. She also heard knocks, footsteps in empty rooms, and the lights sometimes flickered in these patterns that didn't make sense. At one point, 3 scratches showed up on her arm. She recorded the weird flickering with her phone, though the video's pretty grainy. Not long after that, we decided to leave and moved into a little trailer with my dad. I figured a new place would be a clean slate, but the feeling, like something was watching us, came with. There was one evening when Maya and I both watched a drawer with a magnetic latch just open by itself. Then, a couple nights later, Maya went into my dad's dark bedroom and, well, she said she saw a shadowy figure curled up against the wall. It had long hair and these horn-like bumps on its head. What got to her most was how it reacted. When it turned, it didn't look angry. It looked sort of like it saw something even worse standing behind her. A few days after that, my dad, Maya, and I decided we'd stay at a hotel for a night or so. Right before we left, my dad mentioned, "I had to leave the closet light on last night. Felt like somebody was standing in the corner." That's when I realized I wasn't the only one having these experiences. I know this story sounds... I've been through psychosis and hallucinations before, especially during withdrawal, so I get how real that stuff can seem. But Maya, Delia, and my dad have reported things on their own, sometimes when I wasn't even there. I'm just not sure how to make sense of it. My dad suggested maybe it was something to do with aliens, which I don't totally rule out, but for me, things seem to settle whenever I pray. That makes me think maybe there's something happening. There have even been moments where I felt something grab my foot and yank it. It left a burning, sharp pain for a minute or two. Maya's described being scratched or touched, too. We don't have much money, so I don't really know if we should talk to a priest, a doctor, or maybe somebody else. Maybe we need several kinds of help, honestly, especially after everything with addiction and withdrawal. For now, I'm just trying to stay sober, keep close to the people I trust, and write down anything strange that happens. Prayer has helped me, and I try to remind myself that even when it feels like nothing but shadows, there could still be something good nearby. Whether all this was supernatural, psychological, or some mix of things, I don't know. I just know it felt real to us. We moved in just as the last orange rays were catching on the broken barn out back. I figured the place would be peaceful, surrounded by nothing but cornfields for miles. On that first night, Lisa and I kept glancing around, trying to figure out why it felt like we weren't alone. The house is about 120 years old, creaky as you'd expect, and set right in the middle of the Midwest. I bought it a year and a half ago, thinking I'd fix it up myself. My girlfriend Lisa came with me, and we barely had any furniture yet, just a couple of air mattresses and cardboard boxes. Right away, we both started noticing these flickers, shadows darting along the hallway or slipping by a doorframe. Not shapes you can grab onto with your eyes, just enough to make you wonder if you saw anything at all. It happened too often to chalk up to nerves. I got to work on the place, figuring if I kept busy, I'd stop thinking about the weirdness. The first day, I pulled off a chunk of baseboard and almost dropped it. Wedged behind it were 2 old postcards. The writing on them faded, but you could still see a date. April 1910. I don't know if it was the dust or the handwriting, but it made me want to leave the board off for a while. As I kept fixing things, the odd stuff ramped up. Cold drafts where there shouldn't be, creaks and knocks, and those shadows started hanging around longer. After a while, though, I just couldn't bring myself to finish any of the work. It was like the house was draining all the energy out of me. I half remember dragging my toolbox into the kitchen and then just sitting there, not doing a thing. 6 months later, Things had gone from uncomfortable to just plain weird. I developed this ringing in my ears, except it wasn't a normal ringing. It was more like the screech of an old fax machine or modem, almost electronic. Lisa started hearing it too. Sometimes, if I pressed my ears tight, it'd fade for a second and then blare back than before. Last spring, I bought a full-spectrum camera on a whim. I set it up facing the living room, let it run about 20 minutes, and waited. The motion sensor triggered a couple of times, but the only thing on the videos was a flickering shadow near the stairs. Then nothing. I shoved the camera in a closet and didn't look at it again until about 6 weeks ago. Desperate, I found some Spirit Box app for my phone. I don't really believe in those things, but I figured it couldn't hurt. I get this way sometimes. If something bothers me, I can't let it go, even if I know it's probably pointless. The next couple of weeks were awful. The camera started picking up hundreds of little lights, tiny orbs floating out of the floor and walls, like someone had cracked open a glow stick under the carpet. The Spirit Box ran day and night, spitting out words sometimes so fast I couldn't keep up. What threw me was how the voices weren't random. They talked about stuff I knew from the town, even gave details about old murder cases and missing kids that I only ever heard about in passing. Sometimes I'd get direct messages, stuff like, "You're standing in the hall," or "Don't go into the basement." Once, it called out my friend's name right as he walked in. I started waiting for predictions, and then I'd see them actually happen. I should have quit, but I just couldn't stop checking. Then it got personal. I felt this electric buzz all over, like pins and needles, but sharper. My skin broke out in goosebumps, and more than once, my vision blurred. I swear my brown eyes went this weird blue for a second. Every time I'd walk into the dining room, I'd hear sharp pops, like someone snapping bubble wrap. Candles moved. Even the flames bent sideways, almost touching the wax. In the mornings, I'd wake up with odd marks. One day, it looked like small circle burns on my forearm. Another, there were scratches down my shoulder. Lisa started getting them too. That's when we left. We crammed a few bags into my old truck and slept in the cab for nearly 3 weeks. The thermometer on the dash read 18 degrees most nights, but I swear it felt warmer out there than inside the house. No matter where I went, it followed me. My phone shut off if I held it, or it flashed so bright it left spots in my eyes. I started hearing deep, nasty voices in the car stereo, even when the radio was off. Once, it sounded like something growled my name right behind my ear. I broke 2 phone chargers in 1 week. For a while, Lisa had it worse. She'd flinch like someone hit her if she got too close to the front porch. We tried getting the house blessed. Twice, actually. Some churches flat out said no, and the ones that tried got so uncomfortable they left halfway through. So me, Lisa, and a friend tried a bunch of things on our own. Salts, prayers, you name it. Some nights it felt lighter, but other times the darkness just came back, thicker. All I know is it's real. I'm just trying to hold it together long enough to figure out what to do next. The first thing that stands out is how out of place he looked, standing in the middle of our living room as if he belonged to another time. I was just a little kid, probably 5 or 6, so my view of the whole thing was from way down low. I can still remember tilting my head all the way back to see his face. He seemed impossibly tall. My dad later guessed he might have been a bit over 2 meters, but to me, it felt like he was tall enough that his hat might brush the ceiling. He looked like he was maybe in his late 40s, maybe early 50s, with pale skin and dark hair, a heavy mustache, and just a bit of stubble along his jaw. The hat was wide and black, pulled down so low I could barely see his eyes. His coat was long and dark, almost black, I think. Underneath, he wore a loose cream-colored shirt that looked a bit like linen. and there was this broad brown leather belt around his waist with a big, dull brass buckle. His trousers have always stuck in my head, loose, kind of baggy, maybe a little old-fashioned, narrow stripes in dark gray and faded white. And then there were the boots. They were tall, dark leather, but the toes, well, the toes flared out into this wide, rounded shape. Not clownish or anything, just strange, like someone had made them by hand and hadn't cared what people thought. There was nothing see-through or ghostly about him. He looked so solid. I felt sure that if I reached out, I'd touch real cloth. But I didn't move closer. He stood absolutely still, his whole body leaning just a fraction forward. He wasn't bent over, though. It was more like he was straight as a board, from boots to hat, but also like he might tip forward just a little more if you looked away. It must have been late morning, because sunlight was spilling in through the tall window along the side of the room. Our terrace didn't have a roof back then, so the light just poured into the space. The sun made a faint outline around him, but it was just regular sunlight, the way it looks when someone stands between you and the window. He never said a word. I didn't hear him move or breathe or make any kind of noise. It was as if he was waiting for something, or maybe he was just lost in thought. I thought for years I'd been the only one who saw him. Decades later, my dad brought it up, just out of the blue, one afternoon. He said that sometime around that same summer, maybe a little later, he'd seen a very tall man standing in the living room too. He was looking in from the hallway, and it was brighter than when I saw the man. Dad didn't know any of the details of my story. He'd just heard that I'd seen a weird, tall man as a kid. But then he starts describing what he saw. The black hat, the long coat, the pale shirt, the thick leather belt, and those loose, striped trousers. He said the figure stood dead still, but this is where his memory gets strange. My dad noticed that the man's eyes followed him as he walked past, and even saw the man's head make this tiny movement, just enough to watch him go by. Dad remembered something different about the boots, though. He thought there was pale wool or maybe sheepskin folded down over the tops. All I remember is just the plain dark leather, nothing pale about them. Might be my memory playing tricks on me, or maybe I just never noticed. I can't say who or what we saw. 30 years is a long time. Childhood memories change. You forget things, or mash them up with daydreams, or just get it wrong. I'm not saying the tall man was a ghost, or that something supernatural definitely happened. But after all these years, what sticks with me is how my dad described almost the same figure, standing in the same room, in the same summer, even though he'd never heard all those details from me before. I've tried to picture that silent stranger over and over, but those images are just scraps, not proof. That's all I have, just those few moments with a man who shouldn't have been there, standing perfectly still inside our ordinary home. Late at night, everything feels just a little bit closer than it should. Sometimes, the shadows seem to press in, or you catch a strange detail and wonder if you're the only one who noticed. Let me tell you about the times I felt that line between worlds turn thin. One night with my coven, our small group, we were just hanging out, mostly talking and laughing, same as usual. That night, though, I saw a spirit. That doesn't usually happen to me, so I told the others, and we decided to check it out. We cast a circle, which is like putting up an invisible fence for safety, and grabbed the pendulum and some tarot cards. The only light came from 2 candles that flickered across the wood floor and bounced shadows up the walls. As we got deeper, the story of the spirit started to come through. The man upstairs always made us. Our place was out in the country, close to a reservation, and people talked about him bringing young native girls to his apartment. They'd stick around a couple days and then just disappear, and it was always a little We found the spirit's name on a missing persons list from a city 2 hours away. When we spoke it out loud, the whole room seemed to tighten up. The pendulum's swing got real strong, steady, not random. The card spelled out details, when he died, and that his anger was fixed on the upstairs apartment. Even with all that, the spirit seemed to trust us, somehow. I asked if he could show me where his body was. For once, the pendulum didn't hesitate. Yes, I got this feeling. His body was still somewhere on the property, maybe in the shed. I keep thinking it's still mostly there, but I doubt anyone would know him by sight anymore. It felt like being stuck in an episode of one of those late-night true crime shows. Everyone else in the coven wanted out after that, but what are you supposed to do? Call the cops and tell them a ghost pointed you toward a shed? This kid's been missing for months. Someone ought to know, but all we've got is a pendulum and a bad feeling. Another time, something different happened. I was walking through a city, headphones in, music up loud, kind of zoning out, honestly. All of a sudden, it was like my whole body dropped away. I was just this ball of thoughts floating somewhere above the sidewalk. It wasn't like blacking out, more like I was still there, but not really me. Everything, the noise, the traffic, people going by, felt far away, almost muffled, like I was gently pushing the world aside just by existing. That lasted maybe 10 minutes or 15. Time went weird, so I can't be sure. When I came back, it was like drifting out of a nap, and I knew I'd touched something science doesn't have words for. I keep hoping it happens again, but it never really does. It made me second guess how solid my senses really are, and how much is just my brain guessing at reality. I don't even care if people call this stuff paranormal. It's just what happens sometimes, whether or not we've got an explanation. Here's one that's hung around since I was maybe 8 years old. I had a Star Trek Spock action figure, one of those old ones with a blue shirt that snapped apart. His arms and legs popped off too easy. I kept taking him apart, sometimes pretending he'd gotten wrecked in some weird alien fight. One afternoon, I set up this scene with the figures. Kind of messy, honestly. Then ran down for dinner. When I came back, Spock was gone. Everything else was right where I left it, just Spock missing. I tore apart my blankets and looked under the dresser, thinking maybe it fell, but no sign. The next day I tried again, then, kind of randomly, opened the door to the guest room under my own. We barely ever used that room, and I actually forgot it was there at first. But there he was, Spock, in pieces, set up exactly the same way as upstairs. I asked my dad and mom if they'd moved it, but both said no. My little brother was too short to reach the door handle, let alone copy my setup. It was like the toy just slipped straight through the ceiling. The creepiest thing, though, happened the year I was 19. My mom was in the hospital, out in another city. I was alone in our house, which sits out near a lagoon. My room is off down its own hallway, and the door locks from the inside. I was up on my laptop, not sleeping. Suddenly, the lights in my wing, all of them, just shut off. That little glow under my door disappeared. Then the door slammed shut so hard it made my water glass rattle. I'm not exaggerating. It really sounded like someone booted the thing. I freaked out, grabbed a kitchen knife I kept on my nightstand, and went to check. The house was totally empty, alarm still set. The door looked warped, like it had caught a heavy blow. Maybe it was always like that, but I don't think so. Later, maybe 2 hours after, the lights under the door died again. I shoved my bed up against the door and stayed in the closet until sunrise. In the morning, my dad came back. I asked if he'd messed with the lights, and he just gave me a look. He hadn't touched the breaker box or anything. That door still has a bend in it, almost like a dent. And one more. This was about 4 years ago, late at night. I was Skyping with Blanche, my girlfriend, in my parents' apartment on the second floor. My dad was asleep in their room. My mom had gone for a late walk. I got up to use the bathroom and heard footsteps on the stairs. I thought maybe it was my mom coming in, so I looked through the peephole. Instead, there was this little girl standing there. She couldn't have been older than 10. She just stood in the dark stairwell. The lights should have been on, but they weren't. Just a little bit of light coming in from the street. I stared at her for a second, then bolted back to my room, honestly half expecting her to follow. Next day, I heard the old woman next door passed away. She'd been dead 3 days already. She used to bring us treats and talk to my family all the time. We hadn't seen her in days. Sometimes I think that girl was a message, or maybe the old lady's way of saying goodbye, though I didn't know about her death until after. Who knows? There's something about the quiet moments at night that brings them back, and I guess I still don't have answers for any of it. She always moved slow, never left her chair without that cane, and you'd hear her steps in the old cabin. So it was strange, that morning, seeing a huge gray rat scurry across the wide field just after she asked us to wait outside. I guess that's when my dad started to realize her warning about the woods might have been more than an old woman's superstition. My family is a little different when it comes to how we talk about relatives. We don't have words like cousin or stepfather. It's just mother, father, brother, sister, grandmother, grandfather. It covers a lot of connections. For example, I have 3 grandmothers who are sisters, but only one is my direct grandmother. So about the shapeshifter, my dad lived with his parents, but sometimes he'd stay with other family in a small town called Carnegie or out in the woods nearby. He hated those old cabins in the woods. They were isolated, drafty, just really uncomfortable. But when he was a kid, he had to go where he was told. His great aunt from his mother's side lived in one of those cabins with some cousins. She was old, around 76, couldn't get around easily. She was heavy, used a cane everywhere, mostly sat making quilts or knitting. The only time she really moved was to cook or go to the restroom. One night, my dad wanted to go for a walk out there, but his great aunt wouldn't let him. She told him it was too dangerous, said there were wild animals, but also spirits in the woods that could hurt you after dark. My dad didn't buy into the supernatural stuff back then. He figured she just meant coyotes or something. This was before he had, well, another weird thing with some small people in the woods, but that's another story. The older cousins, her grandchildren, overheard and took her warning really seriously. They told my dad they'd heard stories about things happening in the woods, not just at night, but even in broad daylight. If he ever went out there alone, even in the morning, he needed to pay attention. If the woods went silent, like every bird and bug stopped, then something unnatural was around. Nature always gives a warning, they said. Then they told him this one thing that stuck. Not every animal is just an animal out there. Sometimes people get stuck and can't go back to being human. That's when, real quiet, they told him their grandmother was a shapeshifter. She didn't deny it. She said yes, but she hardly ever did it anymore. She didn't need to. My dad and the cousins didn't just take her word for it. Of course they wanted proof. She said she'd show them in the morning. So, next day, she told everyone to wait outside for a minute, and then to come to the other cabin. There were 2 cabins on the property. They went out. The morning was chilly and quiet. My dad noticed a fat gray rat, about as big as an eggplant, run across the open field between the cabins. The field was dead flat, with a line of trees way back. Anything crossing it, you'd see clear as day. He watched the rat go into the other cabin. They followed just like she'd told them, and inside, she was already back in her chair, hands folded, chuckling to herself. A few cousins who missed seeing the rat and weren't her grandkids didn't believe it. They asked her to do it again. She agreed. Same thing. Wait outside 1 minute, then come in. This time, everyone saw the rat run across and slip into the second cabin. They walked in, and there she was again, acting like nothing happened. My dad told me there was no way she could have walked between the cabins that fast. She barely got up and moved slow as anything. The cabins were far enough apart. You couldn't miss someone crossing that field. I'm not sure what I believe. I don't really think she was a skinwalker or anything like that. My dad always explained that in our tribe, some people could just shift, like some inherited trait. Nothing evil or supernatural. It's just normal in our family. Honestly, unless I saw it myself, I can't say for sure. But knowing my dad and what he saw, I'd probably believe it if I was him. That's just how it is. Some things don't ever get explained. They just belong to us. Rain tapped against the windows as I unpacked boxes for the new coffee dispenser at the assisted living facility. The hallway was quiet, except for the soft hum of old radiators, and I was focused on getting everything hooked up before residents filled the place for dinner. While I was tightening some fittings, I spotted an elderly woman coming down the hallway toward me. She moved slowly, leaning on a dark wooden cane. Her shawl was faded, sort of a dusty coral color, worn thin edges. I've worked at plenty of retirement communities, and I know some residents just like to chat with the new guy. Once you get started, the conversation might turn into anything. Sometimes it spins off for 20 minutes about the wallpaper in the lobby or, well, something about a dog they had. Most days, I don't mind. Older folks usually have the best stories. But I was behind schedule that afternoon and kept thinking, please, just let this be short. Still, when she reached me, I gave her a smile and said hello. She smiled back, gentle and kind, and we started talking. Small talk at first. She wanted to know what I was installing, if I drank coffee, how long I'd been doing these kinds of jobs. Then she started talking about how the building had changed over the years and how she'd seen it all. We talked for maybe 5 minutes, not much more. At one point, I had to crouch under the counter to attach a drainage hose. I told her, "Hang on, I'll duck under here a sec, but I'm still listening." The second my head dropped below the counter, she went quiet. I figured she was just waiting. Couldn't have been more than 8 seconds, honestly. Maybe it was 10, but not longer. When I stood up and turned around, she was gone. Just completely gone. I looked toward the dining room, expecting to see her moving between tables, but nope, not a single sign of her. Then I checked the hallway. Nothing. That part really got to me. She'd been moving so slowly, cane tapping on the tile. There's no way she could have disappeared that fast. Still, I had to finish my work, so I shook it off and focused on the dispenser again. Later, the dining services supervisor came by with the paperwork. While she was filling out the forms, I mentioned the woman. I said, "One of your residents chatted with me earlier. Sweet lady, but she banned the second I looked away. Not sure where she went." The supervisor stopped writing and just sort of looked at me. "Did someone put you up to this?" she asked. I laughed because I thought she was messing with me. "No, why? What do you mean?" She didn't answer, just asked, "Was she using a wooden cane?" I nodded. "And was she wearing a faded pink, well, kind of coral shawl?" That's when the whole room seemed to go a little colder, or maybe that's just how it felt to me. "Yes," I told her. "Exactly." She leaned back and gave this small, almost disbelieving laugh. "So you met Mrs. Thibodeau?" I had to ask who that was. Her face changed, got softer, almost a little sad. She told me that Eleanor Thibodeau had been at the facility for years, always friendly, especially loved talking with new staff. And then she paused and said, "She passed away in 2011. The supervisor explained that plenty of employees had seen Mrs. Thibodeau over the years. Some saw her walking the halls with her cane. Some saw her sitting quietly in the dining room or near the games area. A few new staff members even swore she talked to them. She told me something else, too. Sometimes Mrs. Thibodeau would tell people to check on a certain resident, and a few days later, that resident would get sick. Look, I know I can't prove it. I can't say for sure the woman I spoke to was a ghost. But standing there, hearing the supervisor describe her, down to the shawl, the wooden cane, her gentle way of talking, I felt something heavy right in my chest. It was the same woman, the same soft voice, the same faded shawl, and there is just no way she crossed that hallway in 10 seconds. It wasn't a scary ghost story. No flickering lights, no screaming, nothing like that. Just a quiet conversation with a kind old woman. A woman who's apparently been gone for almost 15 years. I'm scheduled back there later this fall for maintenance, and I think this time I'll ask a few more questions.